We are live. We are live on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, and, of course, streaming live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Jennings producing today's show. You out there. Wednesday, Sixers opener tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans. You can hear the game live on 97.3 ESPN. The tip-off at 8 o'clock against the Pels. No Zion Williamson, no Ben Simmons. So a couple of number one overall picks will be on the sideline for different reasons. One guy is hurt. The other guy is malcontent. I don't think they will put that on the official reason why he's not there. That said, the Ben Simmons resolution not any closer today than it was yesterday. Really, there's not a lot of updates on if Ben Simmons will be back with the team at some point this week. I know Doc Rivers said yesterday that they would invite him back to practice for Thursday. They do play a Friday home game. I would bet a mortgage check the fact that he will not play on Friday night. I don't see any possibility of Ben Simmons stepping on the court on Friday night. So why did it get to this point? Why and how? I had so many people ask me, how did it get here? Why did it get here? How did the Sixers allow it to get to this point? You know, and there's a lot of ways to take a look at this. At what point during the offseason, it's hard to shift the blame back and forth here, but both sides have a lot of blame, right? The Sixers certainly have blame, and Ben Simmons has a ton of blame here. But Ben Simmons is a very complicated guy. Let's start with that. This is a guy that documented his entire one season at LSU for basically not wanting to be there. This is a guy that had the cameras follow him around to essentially say, I didn't want to play in college basketball, but you guys made me. He went to LSU, a non-traditional basketball school. Yeah, it's an SEC school. It's a major Division I program. I mean, Shaq went there, for God's sakes. But make no mistake about it. LSU is not a basketball factory where the number one college recruit in the country is going to choose to go to. He went there because he felt comfortable there. He went there because he was going to get his way. He went to LSU because his uncle was on the coaching staff. He went there because he wanted to be coddled. This is a theme in Ben Simmons' career. This is who Ben Simmons is to this point. He's a guy with uber talent through genes and bloodlines of his father who played professional basketball. He was a tremendous high school talent in Australia who decided he wanted the NBA to get the attention of the NBA, so he left Australia to go play in the States. I give him credit for that. It's not easy to leave your home country all the way around the world to come to the United States to say, I want to get recognized by the biggest stage, the NBA. So he leaves Australia. He goes to Montverde, Florida, where he immediately starts playing right away and essentially jumps out on the map like he wanted to. He makes the decision to go to LSU. He doesn't want to play college basketball. He wanted to go right to the pros. He went to LSU. Why? Because of convenience. He went to LSU because, just like everything else in this world for him, he wants to have things his way. He gets drafted number 1 overall by the Philadelphia 76ers. Remember, he breaks his foot that year and never plays as a rookie. Now we've gotten to the point where one of the things Ben Simmons wants is essentially he wants to be a rookie. He wants to be able to go through what other rookies got to go through, which is what? Making mistakes, not having a lot of expectations. Ben Simmons, in his opinion, doesn't feel that he's been coddled. He feels that the expectations have been directly on his shoulders from day one. Most number one overall picks don't go to a situation that expects 50 wins and championships. They go to a situation where the team loses a lot. And he never went through that. It's one of the highlights of why Ben feels the way he does. Ben Simmons essentially wanted to go through the growing pains of being an NBA player. But you know what, Ben? You've had your opportunities to do that. Brett Brown told you it's okay to shoot. I would like to see you shoot. The way the NBA season goes now, the regular season doesn't mean nearly as much, Ben. You can have your growing pains. You can make your mistakes. You can do it in the regular season. He hasn't made that decision yet. He hasn't really taken any constructive criticism. But yet one of the reasons he wants to leave Philadelphia is because he essentially says he wants a fresh start. He wants to go to a place where he can basically start from scratch, where there is no preconceived notions on 50-win seasons and winning championships and the process. Joel Embiid embraced everything that the process was supposed to be. Joel Embiid embraced saying, this team lost to get me so that I can turn this franchise around. Joel Embiid wants that on his chest. He wants that on his shoulders. Ben Simmons does not. One of the biggest reasons Ben Simmons wants out is because he wants his own identity on his terms. He doesn't want to be in the shadow of Joel Embiid, and he doesn't want to be in the shadow of the city of Philadelphia and the fans here who are starving for an NBA championship. They haven't had one since 1983, and they feel that because of his draft status, it is their right to have him deliver them one. Well, he doesn't agree with you, and that's why he wants out. The other very complicated nature of what is going on here with Ben Simmons is his personal life, which has not been discussed, oddly, very much. But this is a guy who, if you saw the One and Done documentary, he is very close with his sister. He is also very close with his stepbrother. His stepbrother is the guy who basically works with him in the offseason. And his sister is one of his closest confidants at the same time. I'm sure many of you have heard the story of his sister coming out on social media, essentially saying that that same stepbrother molested her. Ben essentially said, I don't want to talk about it, and he asked his Sixer teammates to also comply. Please don't talk about it. I don't want to bring this up. And he still hasn't talked about it. If you remember when that came out, what happened? Ben Simmons mysteriously missed 4 games in a row. You remember that? Ben missed 4 games in a row late in the season, to which was called an illness. I got news for you. He wasn't ill. He was distraught. And at that time, by the way, the Sixers without Ben Simmons during that 4-game stretch, does anybody remember how those 4 games went? Because I'll remind you, they went 0-4. And the Sixers kept saying, oh, he has a virus or some sort of stomach bug. They really didn't have an answer to what happened. But they lost to Golden State. They lost to Phoenix. They lost to Milwaukee in back-to-back games. None of which were very competitive, by the way. So for the people that wonder, is Ben Simmons important? Look at that 4-game stretch where they went 0-4 without him. He mysteriously returned, and guess what they did? They ripped off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wins in a row. Is Ben Simmons important? 8 in a row with him, 4 in a row without him. The problem is Ben wants to do everything on his terms. And in this situation, this is a pretty big story that has not been discussed, has not been talked about, and I would have to imagine is really eating this kid up inside. His sister, who he is very close with, his blood sister, by the way, is claiming she was molested by her stepbrother. This went to court in Australia, and she never showed. And she lost the case and is now paying her stepbrother over $500,000 for these accusations. Defamation, all sorts of stuff. And this is going on in this man's family life. He is now forced to make a decision. Do I back my blood sister, who is my best sibling, basically my best friend as a sibling, or do I back my stepbrother, who is my basically basketball off the court coach in the offseason? How do I make this decision? And all of this coincides with what? The start of the NBA playoffs last year. All of this starts and coincides with when this guy's game went from three-time All-Star to essentially an unplayable player. This guy has a ton of flaws, but he has the flaws of human being. And that's one of the issues here. This guy he's 25 years old. And you know what the problem is? 25-year-olds don't want to admit they have issues. 25-year-olds don't want to seek help. 25-year-olds aren't ready to say, hey, I need help. I need to talk to somebody. But for God's sakes, the writing is on the wall. Look in the man's eyes. Look in his face. He needs help. Ben Simmons needs help. And nobody can force him to get help. Nobody can say, hey, Ben, I think you need to talk to somebody, man. This is a pretty major thing that happened in your life. You really should have somebody help you with this. He doesn't want that help. And if that doesn't happen, this is never going to be resolved. If Ben Simmons doesn't step up and say, look, I asked my teammates not to bring this up. I asked the Sixers not to bring this up, and they all complied. It's now my turn to bring this up. Until that happens, this isn't going away. Ben Simmons, the basketball player, has now taken a back seat to Ben Simmons, the person. And unfortunately, for Sixers fans, Ben Simmons, the person, has a pretty scarring situation going on in his life. And I know it's not easy for fans to reconcile that. Most of you just don't care. But it's real. Imagine that happening to you. Having to make a decision on whose side you're on here. His blood sister or his stepbrother. This guy took 4 games off from the team. By the way, the team cratered without him. He probably shouldn't have played at all. And guess what? Some would suggest when the playoffs started, he essentially didn't show up. But digging a little deeper as to what has gone on with this guy, I think you can understand a little bit more, maybe, why he's going through some of the stuff he's going through. Now, it's still unprofessional, but the unprofessional part is the hardest part. Admitting that he needs the help. And that's the hardest part for everybody. That's the hardest part for everybody who needs help, is to put out that hand and say, please grab it. I need some help. And Ben Simmons right now is not ready to do that. And the perception of Ben is what he has put out there. A coddled kid who has basically had everything handed to him. And when he doesn't get it handed to him, he picks and chooses when and where he wants to go. I want to play at LSU because I don't want a coach telling me what to do. 609 403 0973. 609 403 0973. It's obvious from listening to all the stuff and hearing everything that's happened at practice, he doesn't want to be there. And it's obvious that he just doesn't want to be in Philadelphia. Because Philadelphia, to him, is a scar that he can't get rid of. He knows that those fans will not let him forget the way he performed in those playoffs. And I'm not making an excuse as to why he performed the way he did in those playoffs. It happened. He can't get past it. He'll never be able to take those playoff performances back. And there's no excuse for him not improving his game. But quite frankly, doesn't seem that he's mentally ready to put basketball ahead of the issues in his life. And that is where sometimes sports is such the 1,000-pound gorilla that many people prioritize what happens on the field over the human element of the people who play the games. Lane Johnson just missed 3 games, and people are complaining. What happened? Why isn't he out there? And now he's back, and the questions are, was he going to play this week? The man just admitted that he's depressed and has anxiety. Ben Simmons possibly needs to take a page out of Lane Johnson's book. Sit out half a season. Go talk to someone about all these problems that have caused you to become a 3-time All-Star, Defensive Player of the Year candidate, to a player that many fans deem to be unplayable. And maybe if you get those answers, you can unlock some of the potential that is still inside of a 25-year-old former number 1 overall pick. Do I think that Ben Simmons is some spoiled brat who is uncoachable? That's the rap on him. But guess what? If he steps out of his comfort zone and says, you know what? I have been tough to deal with. I have not taken to coaching. And you know what? It's time for me to grow up and deal with some of the issues who've caused me to be that player, to be that person. This isn't, absolving Ben Simmons of his choices and what he's done. Many of those choices made before this came out about his sister. But at 25 years old, people change. You get older. You get mature. Look at Joel Embiid 2 years ago, the player that he was. He was immature. Look at Joel Embiid now. Joel Embiid, in my opinion, is a runaway as the most popular player in the city of Philadelphia right now. It's a 2-man race between who? Joel Embiid and Bryce Harper. Those two right now exemplify what most fans want. 3 years ago, you would say it was Ben Simmons. People liked Ben Simmons more than Joel Embiid. They thought that Joel Embiid was immature. My, how the tables have turned. Are we willing to give Ben the chance to show if he can become mature? So far, it doesn't sound like Sixers fans are. But that could be entirely up to Ben Simmons. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973, and that's where we start today's show. It's a very tough situation for Ben, the team, the league. I mean, Adam Silver is now involved in this. Oscar Robertson, an NBA Pro Basketball Hall of Famer, said something last night that I think Ben needs to really listen to. Everybody has chimed in on this. It's the biggest story in sports right now, essentially. Everywhere you turn, it's Ben Simmons' face on the screen. The 75th season of NBA basketball started last night with the defending champions playing the Brooklyn Nets, LeBron James playing the Golden State Warriors. The 4 biggest stars of the game, Durant, Harden, LeBron, and Steph Curry, were all on display last night. But who is everybody talking about? It's Ben Simmons. So if you don't think he's a superstar, you're probably not paying attention. You're probably only worried about scoring. Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. The Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN. It's brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt is now open Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot, online, mattblattnissan.com. I'm Mike Gill, at Mike Gill Show. I'll read off your text messages. I got messages coming in on the free mobile app. I've got video messages coming in on the YouTube stream, and you can get involved in any way possible. Plenty of ways to get in touch with the show. Mike McGarry, Tim Legler, Joe Valerio. Busy show today. We're just getting started. Hopefully, you're along for the full ride here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry is going to join me in about 13 minutes from now here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'd like your reaction, 609-403-0973 on the text board, 609-403-0973. The text board is open, as is the free mobile app. You can message us through the app. If you're watching the show on Facebook, YouTube, on our YouTube or Twitter feed, the Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN. Got some text messages coming in here right now. I want to get these messages out there. This is from Phil, who checks in. He says, Mike, I never heard anything about Simmons and the issues with his sister and stepbrother. Wow. You're right. He needs to get mental help. If he came clean with all this and does what you suggest, get help, take time away. In my honest opinion, the city will definitely welcome him back. Thanks for the insight. Yeah, Phil, I mean, it's weird that this story got very little play. The case went to the Australian courts. The sister never showed up, and they basically lost the case, or she lost the case because the sister never showed up. So, and maybe Josh, I think, has a little bit more, can add a little bit more to this, but this happened last year during the playoffs. When did the court case actually happen that she did not show up to?
The court case was
this is his sister Olivia, I believe.
Yeah, the initial hearing was over the summer, but it came down in August.
Right, that she did not show up.
Correct.
Right, and now what happened in August? Ben Simmons decides, I don't know that I want to go back to Philadelphia.
Well, if you based on
right in like the beginning of August is when he made that decision.
Well, so if we go down the timeline again, so after Game 7,
yes,
the press conference, we've played the audio where he says what he says. Then
that he wants to be back in Philly. He loves the. He gave you a little hockey. I love the organization.
Then a couple weeks later, at the NBA Combine in Chicago, Rich Paul met with Daryl Morey and the Sixers people, and they started having the conversation about the potential of maybe a future without him, basically.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I listened to the Ramona Shelburne podcast with Pablo Torre on the ESPN Daily. It's an amazing story, by the way.
But the other thing is,
real quick,
yeah,
Shelburne maps out that Paul and they invite all of the Sixers brass to come to his house.
Right, that's where I was going.
Right,
so
and then they are all there, and he basically they hash it all out, and Ben says, "Look, I don't want to be here anymore."
Right,
and this is where Doc Rivers is basically like, well, you're under contract for 4 more years.
Right.
And Morey basically tried to paint a picture of, look, we want you here. We don't want to trade you. Look at the numbers of you and Joel Embiid when you play together. Like there's this misconception that you guys aren't very good together. No, look at the numbers. And that was Morey's angle, was to try to convince Ben that him and Joel are a dominant pairing.
To me, the biggest problem between everyone's reporting is that Ben Simmons and the Sixers are on completely different planes of reference. Ben Simmons doesn't care about the things that the Sixers do, Mike. They both care about two different things. The Sixers are trying to win a championship. Ben Simmons is more concerned about personal growth and development. Well, those things can go hand in hand, but it seems like neither side wants to hear the other side's reasoning for why they could go hand in hand. And at the end of the day, I don't think Ben just is willing to accept what everyone's handing to him right now.
Well, this sounds like the Sixers are offering him help. The problem is he's a 25-year-old kid who is not ready to accept the help.
Well, age is not a prerequisite for maturity. We all know that. So
no, but I mean, it's a lot. It's not a prerequisite, but it is much more likely for you to make immature decisions because you are not mature enough to make a mature decision.
Sure.
I mean, there's no question that we all mature with age. I mean, I just gave the example of Joel Embiid. 3-4 years ago, we thought Joel Embiid was an immature kid.
Right, but then he grew and worked through it.
Right. So are we not giving Ben Simmons, affording him the same opportunity? The problem with Ben Simmons is he has made a lot of selfish and immature decisions. So, yeah, we're having a hard time seeing him make a mature decision.
But Mike, isn't part of the reason why people don't accept what Ben Simmons is going through because of the fact that he hasn't spoken about it?
Well, that's one of the big things is that he's not ready to talk
Like,
about it
remember when
either.
Embiid's brother died? How that was very public information, and everything he went through with that, how he talked about, quitting basketball, how Brett Brown and other Sixers people would go to his house and sit down with him and talk to him. That whole thing he went through, that was very public. People knew about that. What Ben Simmons has gone through in his personal life, from moving to America to his ridiculous dating life situation to now what's going on, what happened with his sister this year, all this stuff, he has not come out and been open about it. And I think people are much more willing to be forgiving and understanding of someone who comes out and says,
right. If he
"This
has
is
the
what's
meeting
going
with
on
the
with me."
media yesterday and he makes an opening statement before he takes any questions and just reveals, hey, listen, I was going through a tough part of my life. I'm still dealing with this, the whole thing with my sister, and I don't really want to talk about it, but I did have something in my family
Right.
that has really caused me to have, a lot of questions in my family life, and that has affected my on-court play.
Like
So
we
at this time, I respectfully would like to take some time away from the game, and I think that would be a first step into helping him.
Absolutely, because like when Kevin Love came out a few years ago about his own mental health issues with depression and anxiety, and he laid everything out for everybody, it changed the public perception of him from being, why is this guy the way he is? Why is he so weird, blah, 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 to, oh man, this actually makes sense now. Like the dots are connecting. And I think that we live in a world where people just want you to tell them what's up.
Tim from Millville, wow, I had no idea he had all that stuff going on. Thanks for enlightening me. I was going to send a different text message before you told this story. As much as I hate to say it, it's best thing for the Sixers to do is probably just suspend him for the rest of the year and pay him to stay home. This is too much of a distraction around the team. He obviously never going to play in Philly ever again. If it were me, I would suspend him, pay him, and trade him at the deadline for whatever they could get. Right now, they're not going to get any good players, so maybe there may be by the landscape of the league will be different. That's from Tim in Millville. See, Tim, yeah, I'm glad that you said that you had no idea the stuff and, that you took it in. You didn't sit here and rip the guy. You took it in and said, hey, that changes. I don't want to try to change people's opinion of Ben. He is not the, we've always had questions about his aggressiveness and his inability to take over games. Like, that has frustrated us. But the player that Ben Simmons is in the regular season, for all 4 years of his career, 5 years, whatever he's played, and the guy that we saw in the playoffs were obviously not the same. And you guys out there that don't like Ben Simmons are basically suggesting that the guy he is in the Hawks series is the player that he is all the time. And that's just not accurate. The guy that he is in the Hawks series, if he was that guy all the time, they're not in the Hawks series.
You don't get to that point without Ben Simmons.
Jason checks in. So 3 of the 4 losses to the finals teams. Right. The coddling you're doing now is part of the issue. His anxiety isn't there when he was signing that contract or speaking for himself all summer.
That's not how anxiety works. Obviously, Jason is a Neanderthal because he doesn't understand that things like anxiety and depression, they don't have an ebb and flow. They just happen. And way things impact people, it's not a science. It's something that is just part of life. Brain chemistry is one of the few things that science has not been able to figure out yet. So let's not be Neanderthals and judge somebody based on signing a contract. And by the way, Jason, if someone offered you $140 million, you'd sign it too, no matter what you were doing.
Right. And by the way, the 4 games that the Sixers played before the 4-game losing streak were against the Clippers, Brooklyn, Dallas, Oklahoma City. They won all 4 of those games. So, yeah, by the way, they lost those games to Golden State, who was basically not a playoff team. Phoenix, yeah, they made the finals. And Milwaukee, they lost to twice. So the level of competition went up, and the team lost all 4 games. So you're saying essentially that if Ben Simmons is there, that they have a better chance to win those games. You're making an excuse by saying, well, they played the 4 best teams. SLR is watching the show. He says, Ben needed to take time off. We would have all understood, but you can't do this. Your personal issues aren't an excuse. You need help, then get help. Who could be mad at that? I mean, it's easier said than done. I mean, yeah, sure. It's easy to be the guy that says, something's bothering you, go get help. But take what happened to his sister and his family out of this. You know, most people in our area know somebody who deals with alcohol or drugs. Try having a conversation with that person and telling them, go get help. It's not as easy as you're making it out, SLR. Hey, man, you're drinking too much. Go get help. You know what that guy's going to tell you? Screw you, dude. I'm not drinking too much. You have a problem.
But you're the party pooper. You're ruining my fun. You're getting in the way of me enjoying life, or whatever their explanation may be.
So in a perfect world, SLR, yeah, the guy admits he has a problem and then says, look, guys, I have a problem. And I want to get help. Here's the problem. He doesn't know that he has a problem.
Or he won't accept that he has a problem.
609-403-0973. All right, when we come back, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City will join us to chime in on the conversation. Will we ever see Ben Simmons in Philadelphia again? I don't know. But John Clark said something that I heard this morning that really was an eye-opener. I'll share that with Mike coming up next, about the future of Ben Simmons in Philadelphia and how long the stare down could go. Jason Fitz at 3 o'clock, big Raider fan, Eagles Raiders this week. We'll discuss, plus Paul Hudrick, Tim Legler. It's all here on The Bash. All right, 2:43 on a Wednesday. The Sixers open the season tonight in New Orleans. No Zion Williamson. He's out. Also, no Ben Simmons. He is suspended. But will we ever see Ben Simmons in Philadelphia again? Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City stops by to enter his opinions to the recent Simmons debacles. Now, Mike, we talk about this often. Do you ever realize that on Monday when we conversate and then Wednesday that there could be a whole new bag of things to talk about in this Simmons debacle?
Yeah, debacle is an excellent word for it, and it does seem to change at like lightning speed, doesn't it? And, I thought it was crazy that you had an image of my head of Ben Simmons knocking on a back door of the Wells Fargo Center to get in on Monday night when he first reported, and then we have an image of him not talking to anybody in the facility, apparently, according to reports, not saying hello to the security guard, refusing to participate in drills. It just gets crazier and crazier. And I guess, in my opinion, at this point, anything can happen. But at this point, I think it's kind of reached the point of no return here.
How much, I just listened to the podcast with Ramona Shelburne on the ESPN Daily, and it really brought to light, the whole situation with his sister and the brother, and that he's never really discussed any of this. And how much do you think that plays a role in that maybe he's not ready to get back on the court, whether it be here or anywhere else?
Yeah, I mean, that's a narrative that I've heard on a couple of podcasts. I just finished listening to a podcast myself, and I think Jackie McMullen on the Bill Simmons podcast brought up that possibility. I'm not really that comfortable speculating like where his head is. Obviously, his family has been in turmoil for the last couple of months. How that has impacted his behavior on the basketball court, who knows? All we can deal with are his actions, and his actions say right now that for the moment, he does not want to play for the Philadelphia 76ers.
Oh, that's 100% clear. So he gets thrown out of practice yesterday. Now, I made the comparison to the movie 3 O'Clock High, where Jerry Mitchell tries to get thrown out of school so he doesn't have to fight Buddy Revell. I mean, is this going to be a season-long 3 O'Clock High where Ben Simmons consistently tries to get himself, suspended and thrown out of practice so he doesn't have to play?
Well, I think two things there. I don't think it's any coincidence that he got himself thrown out of practice yesterday on a day he was scheduled to speak to the media. I don't think those two things are exclusive of each other. And I think at this point, you're not going to have that situation going forward because, I know Sixers fans, we kind of want Ben Simmons to get his comeuppance. We want him to get punished. But at this point, I think he's going to get his way. To me, if you're the Sixers, you just got to tell him to go home, sit there, and we're going to trade you. That trade might be tomorrow. It might be 2 weeks from now. It might be Christmas. It might be early January. But I don't know how you have him around now with the way he's acting.
Right. I mean, he seems to be an utter distraction. And obviously, Joel Embiid says, look, I don't care about that man. And I'm not a babysitter. I don't know how, Mike, you can play of 82-game season with as close as these guys travel, the locker room, and everything they need to do with those two guys coexisting.
Well, absolutely. You hit it there on the head. I mean, the Sixers have to be concerned. Do they want Joel Embiid answering questions every day about how Ben Simmons acted or what Ben Simmons did yesterday or what Ben Simmons did in a game? How long is it before Embiid goes to Sixers management and say, hey, look, guys, I can't take this. I don't want to be talking about this guy. I don't want him around. So I think, Ben Simmons wanted to push the envelope and break the chain of, sever all ties with the 76ers. And I think in his return to the team, he's done that. I don't think the Sixers have any other option now than to tell him to go home and just, hey, we'll try to trade you. We're not going to rush to do it, but when it happens, we'll give you a call, but we can't have you around.
So at this stage, do you think it's imperative that the Sixers just suck it up, pay him, and tell him to stay away from the team? Or do they still keep fighting this in terms of trying to not pay him?
Well, I think in the end of the day, they're batting their heads against the wall if they do that. I mean, then you're going to get into the Players Association and all sorts of grievances and stuff like that. And I know that's frustrating for the fans out there who say, hey, he's making so much amount of money, he's refusing to work, he shouldn't get paid and stuff like that. To me, he's going to get his money. That's neither here nor there. You might as well take a deep breath now. You tried to play the tough guy role with him. It really didn't work. You're going to have to trade him. You can't have him around. Just send him home and try to get the best deal for him at your convenience, at your time convenience. Don't be forced into doing something that you've got to get him out of here next week or 2 weeks. You know, if he sits in California for 3 months, so be it.
John Clark of NBC Philadelphia, Mike, said the team continues to maintain that unless they get a player that will help them win a championship, they will not trade Simmons, and they are willing to wait 4 years. Do you think that they are willing to just let him sit and rot for 4 years?
Well, that's just ridiculous from a number ridiculous not on John Clark's reporting, but ridiculous on the Sixers' attitude if that's the case. First of all, no business is going to let somebody making $33 million have that sit idly on their books for 4 years. That's absurd. I mean, Josh Harris is a good businessman. They're not going to let a $30 million quote-unquote investment just sit idly by and get nothing on return. And second of all, the other part where the Sixers are at fault here, I have said since day one, and my question is, do people watch the games? Have people watched Ben Simmons play? Did they watch the playoff series last year? You're not trading Ben Simmons head up for another star. I have maintained since day one that Ben Simmons has to be part of a package with the Sixers giving more to the other team. And that package would have to include a maxi, maybe a Thibault, and draft picks in order to get a star back that can help you win a championship. I have never thought from day one that you were going to call up Portland and say, we're going to give you Simmons for Lillard heads up. To that I say, do people actually watch the games? Did they watch him play against Atlanta last year?
Yeah, I guess part of the and this is where the whole story with his sister and family kind of re-enters here, is that all of that kind of intertwines with when the playoffs start. Because, Mike, I think we can all agree the player that he was in Atlanta is not the player that he was during the regular season or at any other point of his career.
Well, I would say this. I think he's two guys. I think in the regular season, he's an NBA All-Star. He can help you win 50 games in the regular season. But the player we saw in Atlanta was the same player we saw against Toronto in 2000. I guess that was 19 or 18.
Right,
basically.
the Toronto series.
And it was
but
the same player.
You're right that his things in the second round seem to have been an issue, but not to this extent, where he's shooting 34% from the line. He's only taking a handful of shots. He has had his playoff struggles 1,000%, but that has come with more the way teams defended him more than what seemed to be mentally being blocked. No? Do you agree with that?
I disagree. Obviously, the foul shooting hit all-time low levels against, this playoff series. But the way he played against Toronto, if you look at his fourth quarter stats against Toronto, yeah, his fourth quarter stats against Atlanta are worse, but they're not much worse. They are eerily similar. You know, he did not want the ball in the fourth quarter against Toronto. And I think when you get in that 7-game series and teams get, it's one thing to come in on a Tuesday night and play the Sixers and say, this is how we're going to defend Ben Simmons. It's another thing to play 7 games. They don't guard him in the playoffs. And it wreaks havoc on the entire Sixers offense. And, he's just not a winning player in the playoffs, or he's not a winning player for the Sixers in the playoffs.
Yeah, I know that he has said apparently that, he wishes he got to go to a place where the pressure wasn't there. He could make mistakes. But hasn't this team afforded him that? Didn't Brett Brown essentially say, shoot, I don't care. Like, if you miss, you miss. Like, an 82-game season, that's where you can make mistakes. He's saying, well, I came into a spot that the anticipation was we're going to win 50 games and win a title.
Yeah, that his comment there is utterly ridiculous, because what do most number one draft choices want to do? Most number one draft choices would love to go to a team that is ready to win. The bad part about it is most number one draft choices go to teams that are hot messes. And how many careers of number one draft choices are ruined because they're on such bad teams? Here's Ben Simmons going to a team that's ready to win, and he's complaining about that. And he's also complaining about something that happened 4 or 5 years ago. Be one thing could sanction that comment if he had been drafted last year. But he was drafted 5 years ago. He wants to go back in a time capsule to 5 years? I mean, that's absurd.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. He'll be back on Friday as we'll be looking back at Wednesday night. Will Ben play Friday night? Most likely not. I can't imagine we see him Friday night. And quite frankly, Mike, I don't know that we see him this entire month of October. I would go on to say that it's going to take at least a couple of weeks to get him integrated if he plays at all. Do you anticipate he plays? Do you have a timeline at all?
I have no idea about a timeline, but here's what I would say. Many fans right now are going to play again. How's he going to fit in with a new team? Two things. Remember this. Latrell Sprewell in the late 90s choked his coach at practice, and a year and a half later was the square goal for leading the Knicks to the things can change when it comes to the NBA.
Right. All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Looking forward to Friday, man. I'll talk to you then. All right, that's Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City at AC Press McGarry on Twitter. He'll be back on Friday's show. His appearance on the show is brought to you by Calvi Electric, now offering residential service for your home and business online, calvielectric.com. Speaking of Ben Simmons in the second round, back to that Toronto series, 11.7 rebounds, 5 assists. He shot 56% from the free throw line. In the games against Atlanta, 10 points, 6 rebounds, 8.5 assists, 33% from the line. There's your big difference. All right, hour two of the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We got a lot to dive into this hour. Obviously, the Sixers are back tonight. They will take on the New Orleans Pelicans. You can hear the game live on 97.3 ESPN. So I just turned the video on. He's got the turnover chain. That is the ultimate turnover chain. Jason Fitz, Spain and Fitz, and, of course, the Eagles play the Raiders this weekend. We're going to get into that as well. Now, it's Eagles Raiders, so we will have a little bit of that. You have really outdone yourself. That is the biggest turnover chain that I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's rare that I spend money on anything. Y'all know that I'm cheap, but this was in the stadium when I went for the first Monday night game, and I thought, you know what? 5'9", 160 pounds. I need to walk around with turnover chain swagger, so that's what I'm doing. I got the turnover chain swagger. I rarely actually bust it out. Like, usually I just hang it on the wall behind me, but I figured for us talking today, it was a good time to talk that talk. I feel good.
Right. So it was an interesting week in Vegas last week. Let's say that. I mean, obviously the Gruden stuff, he is now out. Were you surprised at the way that they kind of bounced back? I mean, look, they went to Denver, good defense, playing at Denver's tough, and absolutely played maybe one of their best games of the year.
Yeah, I was stunned. And I think what you saw was a team that came together and played with a lot of control. Like some of the pre-snap penalties, some of the stupid things that they've done week in and week out for years were gone. They were hyper-focused. Now, can they keep that focus? I think this game on Sunday is going to be the ultimate prove-it game for where this team's going to go the rest of the year. But the fact is, if they had been on the losing side the same way that they were on the winning side, we'd be screaming it was over. Derek Carr looked really comfortable. Greg Olsen in the play calling system looked really good. So, I was stunned by the effort of the Raiders. And frankly, I was texting Kevin Nagandi, the big Eagles fan that works for ESPN, and I said, man, we watching this at your place? And his response was, heck no, my team stinks. So you know what? I feel quietly, not so quietly with the turnover chain, confident about the Raiders in this one against Philly.
Well, it's interesting because, look, they played really well last week, but now it's like that next week. Where's the bounce back? What's your bounce back after such a good game and all of the distraction is now kind of simmered? Do we see their true colors come back? What are their true colors, not silver and black?
Yeah, so there are two things that are obviously going to be weaknesses that will cost the Raiders games several times this year. One, the offensive line is bad, and it's very, very bad. So if the offensive line can't hold up, the Raiders can't win. And that's been the big difference between their offensive production week in and week out. The other side of it is their secondary is not particularly deep, and when they're not healthy, they're not great. Casey Hayward's played really well on the one side, but the rest of it has been a hodgepodge of bad. So, frankly, if you want to figure out the way to attack the Raiders, you attack a secondary that has several issues, or you attack their offensive line. The thing with the Raiders, though, is that Derek Carr is good at getting the ball out quickly. That helps. And on the other side, their pass rush is the best I've seen from the Raiders in probably 15 years. So when I say they get after the quarterback, they get after the quarterback in ways that this team usually doesn't. So strength is masking defense is weakness, and that's the only way they win.
That's interesting because the Eagles have had success against teams that have the bad offensive lines because their strength is the pass rush. When they play Atlanta, horrible line, they crush Atlanta. When they played against Carolina, they won that game on the road because Carolina's offensive line is terrible. So you saying that perks my ears up to say, does this kind of set up for a upset type of win? Because the Eagles have 2 road wins, and they both came against teams with bad offensive line. So you better watch it out there.
Yeah, well, and the other thing, too, is Greg Olsen showed us all he's actually willing to use Kenyon Drake, the running back, out of the backfield.
Yep.
That's something that Gruden wasn't willing to do. So now that everybody has that on tape, I'm really interested to see how the Eagles say, okay, now we've seen Olsen's tendencies. We're going to match those. So can Greg Olsen continue to be clever as a play caller? I think is a big, big, big part of this. The Raiders offense is dynamic, but they got to keep Carr upright to do that.
Well, clever and play calling is not happening here. Nick Sirianni, that has not been the case. His offense is being trashed all over the place. I mean, nationally, Steve Smith on NFL Network said this offense is garbage. I think here locally, Seth Joyner does the post-game show. He said this is a high school offense. Over at ESPN, Ryan Clark basically said this isn't a Jalen Hurts problem. This is a Philadelphia Eagles problem. So across the landscape, this offense has been getting criticized for its lack of creativity big time.
Yeah, well, and that lack of creativity is part of what I think is really going to haunt the Eagles in this matchup because, frankly, I'll go back to that defensive line. For anyone that hasn't watched, the Raiders have two edge rushers, Yannick Ngakoue, a name most people know, but also Max Crosby, who has turned into just an absolute monster. And what's happened this year is that you can't figure out which one of those guys to take away. So when those two are playing well, the interior of the defensive line has been able to get right up the middle because they're allocating so many resources to stopping these two great edge rushers. So realistically, if I'm Philly, the problem is I don't do a great job if I'm Philly of disguising anything. If I'm not going to make these guys think and they can just tee off, they are going to tee off. So I don't love the matchup for the Eagles in that sense. Like the ability for the Raiders to get up the field and then the secondary that is good, the safeties, for example, are very read and react. So if you're not going to confuse them pre-snap, they are going to get the best of you. We saw that against Denver. I think we'll see that again against Philly.
Yeah, this should be interesting because, we look at the NFC right now, Jay, and it looks like 5 teams are pretty good. Dallas, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Arizona, and the Rams. Those 5 teams look like playoff teams. Everybody else, it's just a hodgepodge of who has the least amount of warts with a hand that's filled with warts. Philadelphia's 2-4. New Orleans is 3-2. Minnesota's 3-3. They're the 6 and 7 seeds right now. So if the Eagles have any ideas of making a playoff push, they got to win games like this because they have played Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Dallas. They have the easiest schedule in football left, and we still don't really know all that much about them. So would you say that you think that this is a winnable road game for them?
Oh, no, I don't think it's a winnable. I think
now
it's
you have a Raiders turnover chain on. If you took that off, would your answer be different?
So let me try this. Now I'm going to think about it for a second. And no, it'll be interesting. Because
so you're thinking the Raiders are like a legit, like winning home games against essentially bad teams.
Yeah, I think the Raiders. I would apply everything you just said about the Eagles. I would apply to the Raiders too. The AFC is a hodgepodge of okay, right? And the Raiders are right in the thick of that okay. And they're 4-2, but, that 4-2 has not always looked the prettiest. So I'm looking at the Raiders saying if they are a playoff team, and I think they're right on the fringe of that playoff bubble, then they need to beat these teams also. Being in Vegas will be a little bit of a boom for them. Like they have played with a little bit of extra pizzazz. We'll see how, Chicago obviously traveled incredibly well for the Raiders in a lackluster effort. I'm not sure what Philly fans will do for the Vegas takeover. That's an interesting thing to keep an eye on. But
I got news for you. That place is going to be filled with Eagles fans.
And I think that's going to be a real issue for the Raiders for the rest of the year. Like, I mean, even for anyone that doesn't know, I tried to buy season tickets. And when I got my opportunity, by the time they got to me, it took 2 years. They got to me, they offered me a PSL, and the personal seat license was going to be, I think, $35K to buy 2 seats. And I said, no, I can't do that. And the salesperson actually said, yeah, but you'll sell your tickets and make so much money season 1. That's genuinely what's happening. Like the 2 things that surprised me when I was in the stadium against Chicago. Number 1, there were a ton of Bears fans. Number 2, there was about 15% of the stadium that was empty, where people had obviously tried to sell their tickets because all the games are sold out and didn't find an audience for them. So, yeah, the Vegas takeover is going to be real. The question is, does Philly have the firepower to maximize on it?
Oh, I definitely believe they are going to send full force out there. Last year when they played, or 2 years ago, obviously there was no fans last year, when they played at Los Angeles, when the Chargers were playing in the soccer stadium, that place was 70% Eagles fans. I mean, so they're going to be there. It's going to be a Eagles home feel. I'll tell you that right now. That turnover chain, you're going to see green ones everywhere.
If you're a Philly fan and you're looking at one game to pick to go to this year, why would you not go see the stadium and go hang out in Vegas? And by the way, Shane, I get nothing from this. This is not an ad. I would just tell you, if you are going Philly out there, I will tell you that there's a beer garden set up in between the Luxor and the Mandalay Bay that's a ton of fun. So go there before the game and hang out for a few hours. It's good. And if you are going to the stadium, get there early because it is really phenomenal just to walk around and see where it is.
Oh, yeah.
And because I love you, buddy, I'll tell you the one secret the Raiders don't tell anybody. There is one concession stand near the huge torch at the end that has family pricing. So don't pay $8 for a hot dog. Find the one tiny stand near the nacho or near the torch. They have like $3 hot dogs, $3 nachos. I'm saving you guys money.
Big time. Now, all the people in the listening audience, I know people texted in yesterday that said they're going. I know people who bought tickets in the second deck is back to the wall. We're paying $700 for tickets because the Eagles fans are gobbling them up. And by the way, you're right. Of all the Eagle road games, this is by far the best destination. I mean, Atlanta, Dallas, Carolina, Vegas, Detroit, Denver, and then all the NFC East teams. Vegas is where everybody's spending their money to go one time. It's going to be nuts out there. I can tell you that. All right. While we have Jason Fitz here, I would imagine that you've been paying attention somewhat to what is going on with Ben Simmons. Now, he has somehow managed to one-up everything else he's done and got himself kicked out of practice yesterday. Now, you're right in my age range, so you will get my reference. This is Jerry Mitchell in 3 o'clock high not wanting to fight Buddy Revell. He is trying to get kicked out of school every day so he doesn't have to play. He's smoking a cigarette in front of the teacher. He's making out with the teacher. He's trying to pay Revell off. He will try to find a way to get suspended every day so he doesn't have to play. This is going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, you're 1,000% right. And how Philly handles it, like Philly has to suspend it. Like they have to do that in this situation. And everybody's only going to get more spun up. And then like we've been talking about for 3 months at this point, all of this is only going to continue to deteriorate whatever trade value he has left. Like he wants out so bad, he'll do whatever it takes to not have to practice. But in the meantime, every time he does that, he leaves the 76ers less leverage to get anything in return for him. The more he does that, the more I just wonder if Philly says, fine, up yours. You're going to have to sit here, and we're just going to take that money back from you every single game. Like, this is a game of chicken like we've never seen in the NBA in history.
Never. Now, there was a report this morning here locally that essentially said they are unwilling to trade him unless they get a player that they deem will make the team better. And the follow-up was, how long are they willing to wait this out? 4 years. Now, can you imagine a situation where this guy just does not play NBA basketball for 4 seasons?
I'll tell you this. I think every other team wants this to happen. And that's the thing that nobody's talking about. Every single NBA team has been looking for that one opportunity to finally stand up to player empowerment and say, no, you're not going to do that here. You're going to honor this contract whether you want to or not. So every team out there is looking at this saying, man, I'm glad it's not us, but boy, I'm glad somebody's doing it. Because if he does sit for that long, then every future player that turns around and says, you know what, I don't care what I signed, I'm not going to play here, is going to have to answer the question when they sit down with their agent, are you comfortable being Simmonsed? And that is going to become its own description for what players could go through. I'm telling you, if Philly is at all talking to the rest of the league, I would guarantee you that the rest of the owners are saying, hey, we support behind the scenes. We support you all day, every day in this, because this is the one time a team could actually beat a player in the game of leverage.
Right. Now, the obviously the Sixers have become the guinea pig for this because yesterday, Adam Silver is basically saying, look, there's no precedence, so there's nothing in the CBA to even penalize this guy because we never envisioned someone signing a deal and then 4 years left saying, I don't want to be there anymore. So this is going to be, you're right, a Simmons situation because it has never happened before. And I'm imagining the NBA doesn't want anything like this to happen again. So you might see a new CBA situation based on what we're watching right now.
Yeah, and all of it, at the end of the day, like the 76ers have one obligation. That is not to Ben Simmons. It's organizationally to put themselves in the best situation to win a championship. And if they think that they can't get that best situation to win a championship, if they think that it doesn't come in fair return of trade value, then you don't trade him. You just sit him and you eat that, you get that money back and you find other ways to make your team better. But there's no advantage to the 76ers to trade him for basically a box of Captain Crunch if that Captain Crunch can't help him beat the Nets and the Bucks. And at the end of the day, that's all they should be worried about. So this is why it becomes that one moment in a vacuum that I think you're right could change the league forever.
I choose Frosted Mini Wheats. You want Captain Crunch, Jason Fitz. All right. Sixers open tonight against no Zion, by the way. So you get no Zion, no Ben Simmons. The Sixers play Friday night at home. There is zero chance that he steps on the court in that game on Friday night. But who blinks first, Philly or Rich Paul and Ben Simmons? Let's start like everybody does their season predictions, crystal balls, who's going to win MVP, who's going to win championship. No. Give me the crystal ball on how this Simmons things goes this season. Who blinks first? Daryl Morey and the Sixers or Rich Paul and Ben Simmons?
Rich Paul and Ben Simmons blink, and I think it takes the entire year to happen. I think there's no Ben Simmons at all this season, and next season Ben Simmons finds a miraculous way to work it out. Everybody comes out. He gives a mea culpa of, that this is, obviously we needed some things to change. I've grown up. I've changed. I'm just glad I can get the opportunity to play. Yeah. I think that this game of chicken goes that long because the Sixers, don't get it twisted, are going to be good enough to be heavy contenders throughout the course of the season without Ben Simmons on the floor. So while they're playing really well, they don't need to move him for nothing. So ultimately, he needs them more than they need him. That's going to be the determining factor.
Did you listen to Pablo's ESPN Daily with Ramona Shelburne yesterday?
No, I haven't heard it yet.
All right, that is because it really brings to light, what happened with his sister and the stepbrother, the whole story about her claiming that she got molested by the brother, and then Ben's kind of in the middle of this. It all kind of coincides with the playoffs beginning when he kind of vanished, and you wonder how much that is just hanging over him, that he has never really talked about it. He's 25 years old. I mean, there's a life situation here. We've just seen it with Lane Johnson missing 3 games. He said he's depressed and anxiety. I think these things also are not – look, sports is the 1,000-pound gorilla. It trumps everything in people's life, sadly, sometimes. And you wonder, here's this 25-year-old kid who has that going on in his life. Does he back his blood sister or his stepbrother, who has been his shot coach throughout all this? Not very well, by the way. But that being said, you wonder how much that factors into all this as to why he no longer wants to detach himself from and a fresh start in life, not just basketball.
But that also speaks to why I think eventually all of this calms down for Ben. Like whatever he's going through in a personal level, at some point he's got a real opportunity to come back and say, hey, a lot going on in life, a lot I went through. Here's where I was. Here's where I am. Here's how I've sort of gotten through it. Here's how I processed through it. I think that's an important and real conversation. And he can come out of it in a situation where he actually grows supporters when he's comfortable coming out and being sort of real about everything else that's going on. Like that's the opportunity that athletes have that teams rarely have, is the opportunity to come out of something like this and give human understanding to it.
All right. A couple things real quick with Jason Fitz. By the way, did you like my 3 o'clock high reference?
That was solid work. It was quality work. By the way, I'm putting my turnover chain back on. You can't, it's got America needs it. Go ahead.
You have been following along the pen saga, right? So all these pens here, I came in the other day and this pen was here waiting for me. Take a look at that bad boy.
Oh, okay. So now people are adding willy-nilly. They're adding those pens. But I did love that one as a kid. Like you do the different,
right?
You press
it's
on the different
4.
clicker. Oh, yeah.
Yes. So all of these pens that sit here, I have all the different colors that everybody's been messing with. I now have one pen that has 4 colors. Big score by me.
I am a little curious, though, what your thought process is on the Sharpie tip, because some look regular and some look like they're thin-tipped, and who really wants a thin-tipped Sharpie?
I'll give you the reason. I'll give you the reason.
Continuity. Okay.
All right, so I'm still old school. I'm the program director, so I write down all the games on which we carry. So, orange would be Flyers, red would be Sixers, green would be Eagles. That's the small tip. The highlighters are for the games that I've created the promos for. And the big tip means, like you see this one here, that game we decided not to carry, and I crossed it out. Now, if the game during COVID got canceled, I did it with a red, but if it's just not being carried, I do it with black.
Oh, there's such a system to this. I mean, I appreciate the old school nature of it, too, because I'm with you. Like, if I'm doing anything in radio, I'm the guy that prints out, even when I host College Football Live. Like, we have technology that allows for our rundowns to be in front of us. Nope, I print that and I go through every single page of it. Yeah, like I'm a paper guy. I get it. Yeah, I get that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I got months worth of games. You can say, hey, what'd you carry back in January of 2021? And I got it all written out for you right there. Man, I know which game it was. Bang. So there's the I remember you now asking why the different tips. That's why.
My only hope is that somebody eventually takes your multi-inked pen, disassembles it, and puts the wrong colors with the wrong matching colors, so that every time you think you're getting a color, it goes the wrong way. I'm here to help, y'all. I'm here to help.
Higher priority on Jason Fitz's TV, MLB playoffs or opening night of NBA last night?
MLB playoffs, no doubt about it. By the way, the games were spectacular, but the
They've
other
been
portion
good.
of it is like the NBA season is so long, and I expect so little early in it because of the quick turnaround from last season. I'm avoiding any hot takery on what we see in the first month of the NBA
Sure.
season somehow, some way. So the baseball MLB playoffs definitely ruled.
I only ask that because, I get the questions all the time as if I program SportsCenter. Why is SportsCenter opening with the NBA when baseball playoffs are on? Now, I don't have a great answer because ESPN has the contracts for both, but I'm imagining they know the data suggests that more people watch SportsCenter for basketball highlights than baseball highlights. That would be my answer.
I mean, and I'll tell everybody this quick story. I remember when I was on radio the night that Alex Smith was traded from the Kansas City Chiefs to the Washington football team. And we blew up the whole radio show, and we talked about it the entire time. I walked one building over and I was hosting SportsCenter on Snapchat. Now, that's a much younger audience, I know, but I was hosting SportsCenter on Snapchat. I said, I got all this information on the quarterback trade. And they said, yeah, nobody cares. We're leading with the Lonzo Ball highlight tonight. And at the time, it was Lonzo's rookie year. And I said, this is the dumbest thing ever. So I came in the next day because on Snapchat, we get the metrics every single day on when people click through. And man, if they weren't right, the second we went to Alex Smith, all of these kids click through. The one thing I tell everybody when they say, why are things in the order they're in on SportsCenter? It's because the numbers are the reason that First Take talks about the Cowboys and the Patriots so much is because the numbers have been studied and nobody cares about the Titans. Like ultimately ratings do rule the way that everything is put together. So they led with that NBA stuff because frankly, it's at the top of people's minds and more people want to see it in that instant. Doesn't make me a fan of it, but
right.
The broadest set of the audience, you know how that works.
Not to mention you had LeBron, Giannis, Durant, Curry all playing last night. So they kind of trump Devers and whoever else is in the MLB playoffs. Jason Fitz, all right, by the way, this is pretty funny. Ben Simmons is willing to do whatever it takes to get out of Philly. That's from Shams. He said that on the Pat McAfee show. Somebody wrote, except for shoot a basketball. That's pretty funny.
What he's missing is the easiest way for him to get out of Philly is to come back to Philly, be a great player, be an absolute beast, and continue to fight this fight behind the scenes, and then he might get traded.
All right, so if the Eagles win this game, the next time I see you, you have an Eagles turnover chain on.
Well, I can't promise the turnover chain, but, at least find like an Eagles hat. But if the Raiders win this game, you coming on with the Raiders hat next time?
I don't even think I own plenty. I used to the Raiders beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl. I can't, out, man. Nothing. I will say this. That place will be packed with Eagles fans. You could book that.
Yeah, I'm booking that, and they're going to watch the Eagles lose by 2 touchdowns.
Oh, that's the prediction. All right, Jason Fitz has Spain and Fitz right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, man, I'll see you soon.
Appreciate you, my friend.
Good stuff. Of course, Jay Fitz is a Raiders fan, and the Raiders and the Eagles. We will have plenty of coverage on the Eagles and the Raiders this week right here on 97.3 ESPN, including the rest of today. Football at 4 with Geoff Mosher. The team's back at practice. We have all the latest news and notes. Will Lane Johnson play this weekend? Nick Sirianni discussed. Also, Tim Legler tonight will join us. Paul Hudrick's on the way. The Eagles and the Raiders. The Sixers open the season. The Flyers play tonight as well against the Boston Bruins. A little step up in competition. And talking football with Joe Valerio tonight at 5 o'clock. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. It is brought to you this hour by Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Choose better banking for great rates on loans, refinancing, and credit cards. Free or low-cost financial products and friendly personal service. Visit jerseyshorefcu.org for more information. I'm Mike Gill. Follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show and download the free mobile app. I have plenty of texts and plenty of your app alerts that are coming in. Get the app in the Apple Store or Google Play, and all your video messages, I see them coming in. I'll get to them coming up next. 331 here on the Sports Bash, brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. Paul Hudrick's going to join us in about 9 minutes from now as the Sixers take on the New Orleans Pelicans tonight. You can hear the game live on 97.3 ESPN. The coverage starts at 8 o'clock. We'll get you out to the baseball game after the Sixers tonight. You can hear that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Your home for Sixers basketball. Follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. And, of course, download the free mobile app in the Apple Store or Google Play. Got a lot of app messages, got a lot of text messages, got some message on the video screen as well that I want to get to here on the Sports Bash. And let's go to the I was going to go to the app messages. I got to go to that interface real quick. That's another step in my life that has been added here with the app notifications. Here we go. Let me get some of the app notifications up on the screen. This is a long one here. I'm going to read it for Cole in Atlantic City, who's listening on the free mobile app. Mike, I feel there's no more to Ben Simmons than is immediately realized. No, he says, I feel there's more to Ben Simmons than immediately realized. This guy seems to have been handpicked and groomed for a role he doesn't want. I don't know about that. I mean, he was the guy who essentially said, I want to leave Australia and go play high school basketball in America because I want to play in the NBA. To say that he's groomed for a role that he doesn't want, I don't know that that's really fair. I think he wants to be a basketball player on his terms, though. That's the difference. All right, I want to read more from Cole here. He put a lot into this, so I do want to read this and give it some fair conversation. He was widely recognized and considered to be the number one pick before he ever played a minute of basketball in the United States. He had a media campaign only seen once before in my lifetime when LeBron entered the league. I mean, I lived in Portland when Durant came out. Durant was the second best college player I've seen behind Iverson. The hype consisted of billboards that said, honk once for Odin, twice for Durant. Of course, PDX made the wrong choice and Durant went number 2 to Seattle. But with Simmons, after massively underwhelming in a year at LSU, not even able to make a tournament playing in the SEC, his limitations were on display even then. And what followed was insane. It was a national media and marketing campaign pushing positionless basketball. He was the number one pick and flat-out stud, so the marketing said over and over again, Ben Simmons was the poster child for the new evolution in the game. An analytics darling. Don't believe your eyes. This is modern hoops personified. He was hyped like no one other except for LeBron. Why? And like you say, the family story was buried for the most part. Why? There's something bigger going on with this kid, and to me, it seems like he wants no part of it. What's really going on? That's from Cole in Atlantic City. All right, there's a lot to unpack there. The whole he didn't make the tournament playing at LSU. He went to LSU not because he cared about making a tournament. He wanted to go where he felt comfortable. Now, there's a lot there. I mean, why did he could have gone to Duke. He could have gone to North Carolina. He could have gone to any other school. He picked LSU. Why? Well, his uncle was on the staff there. That's why. He wanted to go to a place where he didn't want to go to play college basketball. So he wanted to go to a place where they weren't going to make him basically go through the demands of playing college basketball. Now, you can read into that and say, well, then there's a red flag. I think Ben Simmons wants to play basketball. I think he likes playing basketball or even loves playing basketball. The problem is he wants to do it on his terms, and he believes, like most people, he believes he's pretty good. You probably believe you are pretty good. And someone would say, you're not as good as you think. No, I'm really good. That's Ben Simmons right now. You know, there's a kid who says it goes home to mom and dad and says, I don't know why the coach doesn't play me. I'm really good. The coach doesn't see it that way. Ben Simmons thinks he's really good. And guess what? The coach agrees because they play him. In the NBA, they don't just play you. They don't just give you playing time because mom and dad are complaining. They don't just give you playing time because you paid the coach a lot of money. In the NBA, if you're not good enough, you just don't play. So there's a lot of what you said that I think is very well thought out. People didn't get Ben Simmons wrong. The reports coming in where he doesn't shoot. He took 3 3-pointers in college. They weren't wrong. It's just that you people want him to be something that he was never projected to be, a shooter. He has not done anything differently than the player that he was advertised to be. He was advertised to be this guy. You're just not happy with what the deal was, which is your prerogative. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. What's going on tonight? When will we see Simmons? How long will the stare down take place? Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers is going to join us, of course. We got a lot to unpack on this game and the season and the Ben Simmons story, and there's nobody better to do it than Paul Hudrick, who wrote a great piece on the evolution of Joel Embiid, and can we take something from Joel Embiid's evolution and hope that that happens for Ben Simmons? We'll ask Paul coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. All right, 342 Sixers tonight. Ben Simmons will not be there, but you can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers, going to join us right now. A little preview of the season, but obviously there was a lot that happened yesterday that we're going to try to unpack here. By the way, Mulligan from Dennisville says Ben Simmons is exactly who they said he was in college. Markelle Fultz was supposed to be the shooter. If Fultz works out, we're not talking about Ben Simmons. It's always good that we can blame Fultz for everything. So it all comes back full circle to Markelle Fultz. What's going on, Paul?
Just over here living the dream, Mike. Ready for tonight? Ready to talk about actual basketball. So that's I know we're going to talk about Ben, but yeah.
Yeah, man. Well, who knew that this would take another turn? Yesterday, I'm assuming you're there waiting for Simmons and waiting for him to come out and talk. Let me ask you, when you went to Camden yesterday, did you have any thought in your mind that there's no way he's talking today?
My thoughts ran the complete gamut of, because of everything that's happened. I was ready for, like, I joked to one of my colleagues that I was ready for him to announce that he was going to retire and become a professional gamer. Like, I was ready for every scenario. So I was definitely ready for him not to talk. I was ready for him to give us the Marshawn Lynch treatment. I was ready for everything. So yeah, I mean, even when they told us he was going to talk, I still thought it was like a 50-50 proposition on whether or not he would actually talk. And then we get the news that he got suspended. And yeah, it's
how did that go? Like, you guys obviously can't see him get kicked out. So wherever you are, does somebody come in? Is it like Schaller, Rob King? Do they come in and say, guys, he just got kicked out of practice, he's not talking? How did that happen?
So, first of all, to set the scene, I mean, I don't think it's an exaggeration to tell you there was about 4 times the amount of media that there typically is on a day. Like, it was so crowded that our little media room, every seat was full. People were standing up. The little hallway that leads onto the court, normally there's like maybe 3 or 4 cameras hanging out there. There was probably at least 10 camera people hanging outside with cameras. It was a zoo. And as we're all waiting, we get an email it's a team statement saying Ben Simmons has been suspended for conduct detrimental to the team. And then we get the explanation from Rob King, who is phenomenal what he does as a PR staff for the Sixers. And he let us know that Doc Rivers is going to give us the details on why he got kicked out. Not that Doc gave us that much about it, but then we get the report later of what kind of happened. And it's so odd because it seems like such a calm situation. Like, hey, Ben, get in this drill. No. Dan, get in this drill. No. Okay, leave. Like, it's so weird, the situation. And it's nothing about this has been normal. Nothing. And like, every day I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked. And whatever happens next, I will not be.
Well, it almost feels like this was a predetermined nature by him, that there's no way he was answering those questions. So he had to figure out a way to get himself kicked out of practice. I mean, I've been joking that now you're a younger guy. I don't know if you ever saw 3 O'Clock High, but it's like the guy trying to get kicked out of school so he doesn't have to fight. Like, he could not go through that practice because he knew he could not face the questions that were about to come. So the question built off that, Paul, is, do they go through this charade over and over again, or do they say, look, I just don't want to do this? Like, do they come to an agreement to try to appease him, or are they going to make him keep getting kicked out of practice?
I think for now it is the latter. We're going to keep, I mean, Doc Rivers said it to us yesterday. He said, we're going to keep welcoming Ben Simmons back. We're going to try to allow him to come back onto this team and integrate into this team because he's good. Say what you want about him. They're a better team with him than they are without him, and they would like to have him there because they think that raises their ceiling. I think they're still going to be a pretty darn good team without him because you still have Joel Embiid, and anytime you have Joel Embiid, you're in a pretty good spot. But yeah, I think that the plan as of now is that they are going to keep trying to give him opportunities to acclimate, to be a part of the team. And basically they're going to exhaust that option. And until it becomes I don't know what, and Doc Rivers even said that yesterday too. Like, there is no breaking point for him. He's going to keep trying basically until they can't. And so it's a weird stalemate because I think even, Mike, if it gets to a point where that happens, where they come to some kind of agreement, like, hey, you're causing too much harm, get on the West Coast, get out of here. and we'll just pay you to stay away. Even if it gets to that point, I still don't think that leads to them just trading him. Like, I don't think we ever get to a point where his behavior directly impacts the team to the degree to which they say, all right, screw it, we're taking the best deal we can and we're trading you. I just don't think, like, his behavior yesterday, I don't think moves the needle in that direction. I still don't think Daryl Morey feels any more pressure to trade him now than he did in June, than he did in August. There's just no extra pressure to me. At least that's the sense I get in talking to people that I've talked to.
Yeah, now there was, I guess John Clark reported yesterday that the team continues to maintain that unless they get a player that will help them win a championship, they will not trade Simmons. That's obviously not big news, but how long will they wait? He said 4 years. Like, they're basically relaying that we are not going to blink in this stare down here. So, Paul, I know you said nothing will surprise you, but kind of give me your crystal ball of where you see this heading this season.
Well, I was leaning more towards him definitely actually playing at some point. Now I'm not sure if that's, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do from here from that standpoint, but I'll say this, that the idea, like, I've been told this from the beginning, that the team's stance is we are only going to trade him if we have a deal that keeps us a contender or makes us better. So they're not going to take one of those step packages and take back a bunch of draft picks. They're not going to take players like, they're not, I know Malcolm Brogdon's not an option anymore since he signed an extension, but they're not going to take a guy like that, because the reality is Malcolm Brogdon doesn't put them above where they are now. They're still probably a second round team at best if you swap Malcolm Brogdon out, for Ben Simmons. But I think that's the deal. I think they're just going to hold tight, because as much as the rest of the league is seeing what's going on in Philadelphia and seeing Ben Simmons' situation, and it looks bad right now, a lot can change. A lot can change on December 15th. That's when players who were signed this offseason are eligible to be traded. A lot can happen between now and February at the trade deadline for other teams, whether that's, Portland, whether I know that's Dame Lillard has said, I'm not going anywhere, yada, yada, yada. Well, let's see what happens if they start out 10-20. Is he still going to be saying that? So, like, you don't know what's going to happen between now and between December 15th and between the trade deadline.
Right.
I don't see a scenario in which he stays with the team all season long, because I think something does come to fruition. But at the same time, if it doesn't, I think they are prepared for that. They are ready for the possibility that he is either going to be a part of this team and play and stick out the entire season, or that they're just going to hold out and not have him for this year. I think they are ready. They have contingency plans for those things and everything in between.
Wild stuff. Let me ask you, Paul. Everybody seemingly wants to blame Simmons. He needs to be a professional. He needs to grow up. You put percentage of blame on the Sixers. I mean, he said, I don't want to be here. Harris flew out there. Morey was there. Rivers was there. Guys, I appreciate you coming. I just want a fresh start. How much of this do you say the Sixers should have seen all this coming and should have tried to accommodate him? I know this isn't about trying to accommodate him, but should they have said, he just doesn't want to be here, we got to do something?
I mean, I would say no, because you can't operate a team like that. You're trying to win a championship, and you can't simply trade a player who's under contract, who signed a max contract with your franchise and is only 1 year into it. You can't then just him come say, you know what? I don't want to be here anymore. And then give into that and say, yeah, like, totally, we'll just trade you. We'll take a bath on your value and just say, yeah, screw it. Here, you can go play for whatever team you want. Like, no, like, it's not the way professional sports works. Trades happen all the time. I mean, I know, like, some people, like the reports of, like, him with the James Harden thing, like, they weren't trying to trade Ben Simmons. They were trying to trade for James Harden. I think that's an important distinction to make. They weren't trying to trade Ben. They didn't want to trade Ben. The reality is, if they wanted to dip their pools in those waters, if they wanted to have a shot at James Harden, Ben Simmons had to be part of the package. That's the reality of NBA. That's the reality of trades. You have to provide value in order to get value in return. So, as much as I get it from a human standpoint, it's the reality of the game. It's the reality of the sport. It's part of the reason why these guys make a lot of money. So for me, I have a hard time, and I've defended Ben Simmons a lot in the past, but I have a hard time really having his back here as far as why he wants to trade, why
Well,
he
and
wants
Paul,
out.
the lack of professionalism and back and look, I've backed him as a player. I don't demand that he shoots. Would I like it? Sure. I don't think that he sucks. I don't think you can't win with him. That's different from me saying he's acting unprofessionally. Now you talked about the person. The fact that this whole thing with his sister and the brother, like that hasn't got more attention. Do you feel like that is something that has kind of held him back, that he refuses to bring up and refuses to talk about, but that if he brought it up, that people would be more willing to be like, okay, like I now can see why maybe you struggled in the playoffs and are struggling to want to focus and get back?
I mean, I can respect, again, from a human standpoint, him not wanting to answer questions regarding that. I get it. If you're a person and that's a family matter.
At some point, you have to almost tackle it to get past it.
Maybe. I mean, everyone's different. Everyone handles things differently, and I can certainly respect. And listen, there's a reason why. I mean, quite frankly, media members haven't asked about it because it's a personal matter. It's a family thing, and it's something that if he wants to address it, that's on him. Like I personally, again, given the nature of it, given that it's what it entails and what everything that goes on behind the scenes with that, I just don't. If you're him, I can understand why he doesn't want to address it, and it's already out there, so people already know about it. And I think, I think certainly it goes a long way in explaining where his head might have been throughout the playoffs. Because as much as we've seen the Ben Simmons playoff struggles in the past, this was to such a enormous degree and such a different degree than it had been. So clearly, mentally, he wasn't all there, and I'm sure that was a factor. But at the same time, I guess he feels like, and I again respect it, he shouldn't have to feel like he needs to justify that to people, because he acknowledged it was mental, he acknowledged he didn't play well, and that should be enough, which I get.
Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers, is covering the Sixers this season, and the Sixers open the season tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans. You can hear that game 8 o'clock right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Paul, looking forward to another season with you, man.
Absolutely, Mike. Take care, man.
At Paul Hudrick, and check out Liberty Ballers for all of his coverage and his team's coverage for this Sixer seasons as they take on the Pelicans tonight. The Nets on Friday. We'll talk more Sixers in an hour, actually in 45 minutes. Tim Legler will join me. You'll hear his opinion on what has to happen next. That's still to come. On the other side, we see Lane Johnson back on Sunday. And something Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts said today that really stands out. Next. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, and it is brought to you locally by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Come experience the ultimate sports destination all season long at Wild Wild West Tropicana, Harrah's Resort, Atlantic City. Book your game day experience today. Go to Caesars.com. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, which is out right now. You can check that out in the Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, wherever you listen to podcasts. And he is here for another edition of Football at 4. Eagles, Raiders. We turn our attention that way. Nick Sirianni speaking today. Had some very interesting things to say. 6 weeks in, we'll look at this team, what the scouts think so far. Geoff Mosher, how you be?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I've been doing well. Now, you would have liked the first 2 hours of the show if you heard it at all. We've been using a lot of tribe music today.
Oh, nice. Are you guys trying to find your inner peace while this Ben Simmons stuff goes on? Is that the intention?
Right. We're trying to find the Zen for Ben.
Wow. Well, good luck with that one.
There you go. But let's look at this Eagles game against the Las Vegas Raiders and some interesting things by Nick Sirianni today. Let's start with a couple of roster things going on. Lane Johnson is back with the team. Give us a little insight on his participation, and is it a slam dunk that he plays on Sunday?
I would think he's going to play Sunday, but obviously they are kind of ramping him back up after the time that he's missed. Nick Sirianni said he would be limited today, which I imagine when the injury report comes out, it'll reflect that.
Just came out as we're having this conversation right now.
There you go.
He is on the injury report as limited.
There you go. And he'll
not
be
injury-related, resting player.
Yeah, and this is kind of what they've done, not just with injured players or veterans, but since, Nick Sirianni has taken over here, we've seen shorter practices, we've seen more maintenance days, we've seen ramp-up time for guys coming back from injuries. Who was it in training camp who had a couple of ramp-up days, I think, when before he practiced? I can't remember who it was. I think Ryan Kerrigan after the thumb or something like that. But So it doesn't surprise me, but I think that as the week goes on, we'll see if he gets more practice time and becomes a full participant. But without an actual injury, it's hard to think that he won't be out there on Sunday against the Raiders.
Right. So, he was limited today in practice, but it sounds like he could go on Sunday. There was a lot of questions regarding him and how they handled the situation with Nick Sirianni today, really kind of getting into the way they handled the whole Lane Johnson thing. And obviously getting him back means the line will have a new look again. Jordan Mailata most likely will go to left tackle, right? That would be, and everything else would stay the same, you'd think?
Yes, I think Landon Dickerson would stay at left guard and Jack Driscoll would stay at right guard, yeah.
All right, so the offensive line could have a little bit of a tweak here. Let's look at tight end, where Dallas Goedert's still not back off the COVID list. Richard Rodgers, who was here, then he went to Arizona for about a handful of weeks. I guess when they got Ertz, Rodgers was no longer needed. So now Rodgers is back here with Ertz gone. But Rodgers could have a bigger role on Sunday than expected if Goddard is not ready to go. So how do we look at the tight end spot today on Wednesday?
Yeah, the 6 degrees of Zach Ertz impact here has now landed Richard Rodgers back in Philadelphia, and he could be the number one tight end in the game. I mean, Dallas Goedert, as you and I sit here and have this conversation, is still on the COVID-19 list, and we saw this with Sua Opeta, where he just came off the list, I think, yesterday. So he was on for not yesterday, recently. So he was on the list quite a while. I think for over a week and a half. And so we'll have to see here with Dallas Goedert, because if he cannot produce the two negative tests in 24 hours apart, then he will not be able to rejoin practice or be eligible to play. And without Zach Ertz, the only tight end right now who's on the 53 is Jack Stoll. Richard Rodgers on the practice squad. Noah Togiai is on the practice squad. So obviously those guys would probably be elevated. At least one, maybe two, would be elevated from the practice squad on Sunday to play in the game against the Raiders. The good thing is with Richard Rodgers is that you can just kind of plug and play him. He knows the team. He's been with the team for parts of 3 straight seasons now. So it's not like you have to indoctrinate the guy into your offense too much.
Right. Obviously, if Goddard plays, he would go. And then we would anticipate off Shane Steichen yesterday saying that he's going to have an uptick, right? I mean, did you get the feeling from Shane Steichen that they want to use their tight end more? Now, this is interesting because this obviously builds off something Jalen Hurts said today, something Nick Sirianni kind of explained. Steichen sounded like, hey, we got an explosive guy. It sounded like he wants to get the tight end more involved. Did you get that?
I mean, I got that from the words. The actions we'll see. I mean, I've heard them say that they need to get Miles Sanders more involved for 5 straight weeks now, and he has not been more involved. So, again, some of that is on the play calling, some of that is on the quarterback, and if there's a comfort level between the quarterback and throwing where where Dallas Goedert is going to be.
Right. All right. So then there was something that Jalen Hurts said today that I guess he doesn't throw towards the middle of the field. And he said, I'm just trying to execute everything is called. So is he saying that they're telling him not to throw the ball over the middle?
I don't think that that's what he's inferring. I think what he's basically saying is, I'm just trying to do what, go with the ball where I think the best plays are, where the play calls tend to be. We've talked about this ad nauseum, the kind of the one read type of offenses, and a lot of these plays that we're seeing that are either one read or no read, because the screen is a no read play. You're just throwing it to a certain spot and hoping the player makes the play there, and the blocking is assigned. But I don't I don't think that they're telling Jalen Hurts not to throw in certain areas. I think there is a function of the offense that results in the data that you're seeing of where he's throwing, but that it's partly play calling and partly where he himself feels comfortable as a quarterback throwing.
Now, Hurts said about, that he's been getting out of the pocket. He said, you're not seeing what I see, but I got to stay in the pocket, make the throw. It's my job to make it right. Now, today on the latest Inside the Birds podcast, you guys talked a little bit with scouts about what they're seeing from Hurts as to why he's fleeing out of the pocket very early, it seems like. I think Andre Dillard on Thursday night had something to do with that.
Yeah, Andre Dillard, but also in fairness to Andre Dillard, I mean, I think we all saw that it looked like the Bucs had a pretty good idea of what the Eagles wanted to do prior to the snap and adjusted their defense accordingly. So it's kind of hard to block guys who already know where the play is going to be. I mean, there were several times that Shaq Barrett seemed right up on Jalen Hurts before the play was even unfolding. So there's some of Andre Dillard, there's some of the play calling that's been predictable, and we don't see what Jalen sees, but the scouts who do this for a living see the things that in Jalen Hurts that they know need to be improved. Part of that is when you do leave the pocket, you got to keep your eyes down the field. We do make a big deal about staying in the pocket versus fleeing. I'm fine if you get out of the pocket, even if it's a little early, as long as you're still scanning the field and trying your hardest to hit a receiver in stride. You got scramble drill going on, but too often he's getting out of the pocket and either going to the sidelines, throwing the ball out of the sidelines, trying to quickly throw before he gets out of the sidelines and it's incomplete. You're not getting a whole lot of explosive out of the pocket plays from Jalen Hurts now as you were early, in his first few starts.
So scouts' view right now of Jalen Hurts, do they look at him as a definitive starter, a low-level starter, more of a backup? Are people starting to compile enough, tape, film on enough to formulate an opinion on what they think his role in the NFL is?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's not really the line of questioning we have right now. It's more like, what are you seeing? But, obviously what scouts really like to make a decision that you're talking about, Mike, is even more tape. They want more. And a lot of people will tell you it's still a little early in the evaluation process, that these are things that are correctable. But that doesn't mean they're going to be corrected. A lot of times people throw that phrase around. Well, this is correctable. This is correctable. Okay. It doesn't mean it's going to be corrected. That's up to the person to be able to inherently be able to make the adjustments to it. So sometimes you see guys do, sometimes you see guys don't. The stuff that they see that they feel is correctable, and it's now on Jalen Hurts and the coaching staff to work on, is the lower body mechanics. I mentioned keeping the eyes upfield when you're abandoning the pocket. I mentioned lower body, like your base, how your hips are turned when you're making the throw. Are you winding? Do you have a quick compact delivery, or on the deep balls, which you've seen him do, is kind of have more of a drop the hands and wind it up, which costs an extra second and a half for coverage to catch up. Those are things that constantly are always worked on every single day. But unless you're perfect, or unless you're like Brady or Rodgers, right? But these are things that quarterback coaches and offensive coaches work with the quarterback every single day on. And, sometimes you see the progress, sometimes you don't.
Yeah. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast here on Football at 4 on 97.3 ESPN, looking at the Eagles moving forward to the Raiders. You guys talked a little bit about John Gannon and the fact that he was highly regarded when he was hired. People thought this is a young, innovative guy. Has there been some disappointment in him as a coordinator?
Of course, I think there has been. You were hoping for a little bit more guesswork from this defense because that's how he came here as advertised. He's going to follow in that, Mike Zimmer and somewhat Matt Eberflus blueprint of trying to make the quarterback think and hold on to the ball a little bit longer with what post-snap disguise. And I don't think you've seen as much as we saw in training camp and as much as we had hoped to see. But it's not because I think he wakes up every day and says, nah. I think you have to have the personnel to be able to do what you want to do. And I think sometimes he does have the personnel in some cases, but you also have to be you have to have the opponent behind the sticks and passing on 3rd and long, be able to kind of really change things up and attack a quarterback's what they're seeing. And too often the Eagles are allowing too many running yards, and that offenses are facing 2nd and 3, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2. So they're doing a bad job on 1st and 2nd down, which is not a disguise down. That's a down where you just got to stop the running game mostly, and they have not done a good job of doing that. That, I believe, is personnel related.
Yeah, he's got Darius Slay and Steve Nelson. There's the 2 veterans. He's got Anthony Harris and Ronnie McLeod. That's 4 veterans in his secondary, Geoff. Did you think they should put more on their plate? Trust his secondary more. I'm not saying they're great, but you got veteran guys. It's not like you got kids back there.
Yeah, again, I think first of all, I do think since Rodney McLeod's come back, he has done a little bit more different things schematically as far as against the run, bringing a safety in late to the box, playing a little bit some robber defense, which is like almost a single safety, and then that other safety kind of comes across the middle to the guy that you're trying to double and tries to jump the route. He's done a little bit of that more, but the bottom line is when it comes to 1st and 2nd down, that's your D-line and linebackers, and they got to make sure that they stop the run and put the offense in that 2nd and long or 2nd and medium, 3rd and long, 3rd and medium to be able to let your secondary then make plays on the ball. They're playing zone coverage and mostly zone coverage, and within mostly zone coverage, as Darius Slay said today, or just Slay, you should be able to get more turnovers because you're seeing everything in front of you. You're not running around in man coverage with your back to the ball. But there just hasn't been enough opportunities for them because the other teams have been in really good down and distance situations for the offense.
Geoff, obviously, the defense has been kind of up and down. They've played well against lesser teams. They played terrible against better teams. So the defensive personnel, is this a good group? I mean, you look at their personnel and say, hey, they can win games with this defense if their offense can get more consistent.
I still think that the defensive personnel will have to be overhauled greatly in the offseason. First of all, even if they were pretty good, you got a lot of guys who are either on 1-year deals or at the end of their deals, like guys like Steven Nelson, guys like Anthony Harris, guys like Rodney McLeod. So, some of those guys are veterans, and I can't imagine they're all going to be back. We'll see what happens with the defensive line. So, but they absolutely need better linebacker play, more downhill linebacker play. They absolutely, in my opinion, need a defensive lineman who's more of a run gobbler, run stuffer type of guy. And those guys tend to be like the 310, 315, 320 pound guys if you're going to play that much cover 2 on 1st and 2nd down. And it would help, I don't know, every once in a while to draft a good corner or a safety. I mean, that would always be nice too. The Eagles have struggled there. So I think that they're okay right now. They just lack a lot of playmakers, and they lack the type of personnel you want to be stingier on 1st and 2nd down.
Yeah, I know. I mean, again, like you're right. Their defense it's just the defense is filled with a lot of good, not great players. I mean, Fletcher Cox this year, he's been good, not great. I guess the one guy who's been great is Hargrave, but he's not Aaron Donald great. He's been getting to the quarterback, but like you said, he's not a huge run stuffing defensive tackle. They just don't have that great player that another team has to really game plan for. There's just a lot of good players out there. That said,
I called them the steady Eddies. I've used that term about 100 times, in the offseason. I said this is a defense with a couple of blue chip players and then mostly steady Eddies and not a lot of playmakers, which means they're going to look good against some bad offenses, and they're going to get exposed against really good offenses.
Now, this is an interesting week, though, Moshe, because the Vegas offensive line is not very good. And these are the games that typically John Gannon's defense steps up. Carolina, poor offensive line. They win that game. Atlanta, really poor offensive line. They gobbled them up. This is the kind of game where John Gannon's defense can excel because Vegas's offensive line is not very good.
I agree with you on that. Now, see, Matt Ryan's a pretty good quarterback who doesn't generally turn the ball over. That opening game was a disaster for him in the offense because the offensive line was very bad. Sam Darnold is the type of guy who gets very shaky as soon as the pressure comes down on him. So now that we're 7 weeks into the season and teams start to form their identity a little bit, the Vegas matchup is interesting because I see Derek Carr is not as talented as Matt Ryan, but he's not as shaky with the football as Sam Darnold. So I don't know that you're going to rattle him with pressure because he does a very good job of getting rid of the football pretty quickly. And I think he's got more weapons to work with than maybe Matt Ryan had. Matt Ryan had Calvin Ridley, who's a good player, but that was Kyle Pitts' first game. And then other than that, it was Mike Davis and Cordell Patterson and Russell Gage. Here you've got Darren Waller you really have to worry about. And you're obviously going to have to worry about Henry Ruggs and his ability to go deep. And Josh Jacobs is probably going to get the ball 20 times a game because people are running against the Eagles.
Yeah, you mentioned Waller. He's a big problem for this team. You asked Gannon about Davion Taylor yesterday. Do you expect more Taylor than we've been getting?
Well, I that's the first thing I noticed in the Tampa Bay tape was that Davion Taylor played quite a bit, and that Tom Brady seemed to enjoy throwing the ball to the side of the field Davion Taylor was on. And sometimes when you're watching it during the game, you don't notice it because it's a lot of times it's zone coverage, and you just see the pass complete to a wide receiver or a tight end and don't really see the schematics of the defense. But when you watched it back, it was clear to me that Tom Brady was taking advantage of the fact that Davion Taylor is inexperienced and it doesn't know exactly where to be all the time. And they capitalized on that. So I asked Jonathan Gannon, do you have to have a certain level of patience when you're playing a guy who lacks that kind of experience? And if you'll notice, the first thing he said was, I expect everybody to play winning football. And then when I followed up, I said, but how would you have the same expectations for Davion Taylor as you would a guy who's played like Singleton 3 or 4 years in the league or somebody else, Eric Wilson? And then he kind of admitted, yes, you can't have those same expectations. So they are obviously playing him for the athleticism and the upside, but of the understanding that there's going to be times where he gets exposed.
Yeah. It'll be interesting, because Eric Wilson was a free agent signee. If they're kind of phasing him out of the defense, are you getting that read?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that even started before the Tampa game. I think against Carolina, you saw more TJ Edwards on the field. I mean, it all depends on what the offense comes out in. If there's 2 tight ends or just 1 tight end or a fullback. Every once in a while, Carolina threw a fullback out there, 2 tight ends. So you did see TJ Edwards a lot. But in this game, I saw a whole lot of Davion Taylor, and I didn't see the snap counts. I can probably look them up real quick, but I did not see as much Eric Wilson as normal.
Obviously, Vegas, I don't know. I guess we're surprised by the fact that they came out with the Gruden stuff, and they went on the road and put up, 34, 35 points against Denver, who's got a good defense. I mean, they're not, their problem is the quarterback, instability at the quarterback position. Vegas went and scored 35 points against them this week. So is this, in your mind, a winnable road game?
Yes, I think it is a winnable road game. I am impressed with what the Raiders have done. I think they're the only team in the league so far to have beat the Ravens, if I'm not mistaken. So, they started off 3-0, and then they took a little dive there. I know they lost to the Bears, and everybody thought that was such a terrible loss. And it turns out the Bears are 3-3 and have a pretty darn good defense. But as you mentioned, they came back and had a good win over the weekend, and they're home. The one thing that and Adam Kaplan brought this up, and I think it's a really good point. You see kind of these emotional wins like the Raiders had, given everything they had been through the week, and it's hard to kind of keep that up week after week. Now it's beneficial for them that they did it on the road and they come home here, but you wonder if there's a toll, an emotional toll from that. That tends to be a little bit more college-y, like Iowa beating Penn State and all that, and then crapping the bed at home against Purdue a few days ago, like they did. But it is something that you see in the NFL too.
All right, Geoff Mosher, the Inside the Birds podcast. New one dropped this morning. Check that out. And, of course, to get you ready for the Eagles and the Raiders, the guys, now it's a 4 o'clock game. You still doing the 10 a.m. Pregame?
10 to noon. Still going to do it. We want people to be able to enjoy their 1 o'clock football, but also get great Eagles pregame coverage. So we do it from 10 to noon no matter
now,
what.
The Eagles don't play a whole heck of a lot of these 4 o'clock games, but you got a little stretch here. You got Vegas, Chargers, Denver. You got 3 out of 4 o'clocks. I don't know if I like the 4 o'clock game.
Yeah, I like the 1 o'clock ones as well. But this is a part of the schedule that they're going to have to acclimate to.
Yeah, the Vegas, Charger, Denver, the AFC West crew is on the schedule next. Geoff Mosher and the Inside the Birds podcast crew, of course, tomorrow. Andrew DeCecco is here. Adam Kaplan on Friday. Moshe is back on Monday to recap the Eagles and the Raiders right here during Football at 4 on 97.3 ESPN, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. All right, Moshe.
All right, Mike. Have a great one, man. Take care.
All right, you do the same. There's Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, the Inside the Birds podcast powers Football at 4, which is brought to you by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Check out Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City for the ultimate sports destinations all season long. Wild Wild West, Tropicana, Harrah's Resort. Book your game day experience today. It's Caesars.com. I'm Mike Gill. That was, Goddard's still got on the COVID list. So he's not even, we were anticipating he might play last week. Oh, he just has to pass twice. And he's not back yet. What does that tell you? Probably has COVID. That's not good. We're hoping Goddard can get back out there and show that he deserves to be a bigger part of this offense. And when we come back, Fine 5, Ugly 5, Tim Legler at 4:40. Don't go away. 429 Sports Pass Live 97.3 ESPN this hour, brought to you by Prop Swap, America's sports betting marketplace. Buy and sell sports bets. Take your profit. Find out how. PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app today. It's home of the best odds in the country. I'm Mike Gill. Tim Legler joins me in 11 minutes from now to talk about the Simmons and the Sixers and the NBA back at it. 75th anniversary team. The names are starting to be revealed. There are a couple Sixers greats from the past that are on that 75th anniversary. Remember, they did the 50 a couple of years ago, and now they're doing the 75th anniversary team. So those names are starting to pop out right now.
Well, yeah, you had 50 years, 50 players, 75 years, 75 players.
Yeah, they got to add players.
It's a smooth transition.
Yeah, no doubt. So I'm interested to see who from the 50 got bounced. You think anybody's going to get bounced from the 50? Are they going to just add 25 newbies, or were there 25 in the last 25 years, more than 25 that bounced some of the 50?
I think it's safer to add 25 to the 50. But I don't know who's making the list. So to me, is the person making the list literally going
one person?
Well, I mean the group.
Yeah.
But are they saying these are literally the 75 best players, or are they trying to base it on like different variables?
Do some research on that.
Yeah.
All right, time for the NFL 5-5 Ugly 5. Brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. You ready for my Fine 5 Ugly 5 this week?
Let's do it.
Here we go. Ugly 5, number 5. They haven't won a game yet, but they fight harder than the 4 teams in front of them. That's Detroit. They've lost 6 straight, but I feel like they're like in games.
The kneecap biters.
They do play hard. Like, I hate to say that is a criteria of why you're better than some of these other teams because you haven't won, but just because you haven't won, I think Detroit would beat the 4 teams in front of them on my ugly list.
I think it's a fair assessment because, like you said, they play hard. They have the right mentality, which is important.
Number 4, Jacksonville finally won a game. They're another team. They've been close in games. Like, they don't get blown out every week. They just aren't very good. The coaching situation kind of heightens them a bit because of who the coach is and the off-the-field nonsense. But I feel that Jacksonville is now better than the 3 teams in front of them. They beat one of them.
They have realistic limitations.
Houston, they got a circus going on. There's reports now this week they're trying to trade Watson, that he could get traded by the end of the week. He hasn't played. They're getting blown out now. They were fighting hard early. They're starting to get blown out here. They've given up 172 points this year. They've only scored 92. They're a minus 80. And a minus 80 right now makes them the worst plus minus in the entire league. So since their opening week loss, they've lost 5 in a row, and they haven't been very competitive.
And don't overlook the fact that they are a team that was supposed to be the worst team in the league, and they kind of lucked themselves into getting out of that pole position.
Well, they won their first game, and that was like, oh, maybe. No, they're bad.
Yep.
Number 2 is the Jets. They had a bye last week, so they didn't lose. But quite frankly, they've scored 67 points in 5 games this year. That's horrible. Their offense is so bad.
They're a joke.
They are a laughing stock. The Jets are. And quite frankly, they had a bye last week. It's the only reason why they're probably still in the number 2 spot, because Miami is number 1 on my ugly 5. And that's good for Eagles fans, because the Dolphins are in play for the number 1 pick. Now, they're also in play for Deshaun Watson, apparently. There's big murmurs that he could get traded to Miami, but tanking for Tua didn't work for Miami, and now they need another plan because you know why? They're number 1 in my ugly 5, and they belong there.
Remember, part of the reason why tanking for Tua didn't work is because Tua couldn't make up for all the other issues on the roster.
Well, and Tua's not a franchise quarterback. You tank for a franchise quarterback.
He's not elite.
No, he's okay.
He's a solid quarterback if you put the right players around him.
All right, fine 5. These are hard, man. The best 5 teams in the league. I'm sure people out there have different best 5. These are mine. Number 5, Green Bay. It's won 5 in a row.
Did you like Rodgers' move telling
I own you.
the Bears he owned them?
I own you. He owns everybody. I mean, he was the MVP of the league last year. They're 5-1. They've won 5 straight since their opening week loss. Their defense is a little suspect. That would be my issue there. Number 4, Buffalo. They were my number 1 team. I know they lost. They're still a plus 105. I mean, they're going to lose games. They're not going perfect. They're not a 14-3 type of team, but I still like this Buffalo team a lot. They scored a lot of points. They got a great offense. They just didn't, defense. They scored 203 points. No one's, other than my number 2 team in the ASC, no one's close to them. Their offense is really good still. Buffalo's number 4 in my Fine 5. Tampa's number 3. I didn't have Tampa in last week. They had lost, and they hadn't played all that well. They had the game against the Patriots where they didn't look all that good. But Tampa's pretty good. I mean, they've won 3 in a row. You wouldn't even know it. They're just kind of going through the motions, I feel like.
And remember, they've won recent games with no Gronk either.
That's true. Their offense is still ridiculous and no Gronk in it right now. So Tampa's number 3. Number 2, Dallas has moved up from 3 to 2. Although they should have lost that game. You go on the road in the NFL and win. You get points for that. That Dallas offense, they've scored 205 points. It's the most points scored in the NFL. They've won 5 in a row since their opening night loss to Tampa. And their defense is making plays, man. It's like, it pains you to say it, but Dallas is legit. I have them number 2 in my Fine 5.
Do you feel like the bye week came at absolutely the right time for them?
Well, they have some injury issues. Yeah, the whole thing with Dak and, making sure he's healthy. So, and number 1, Arizona. It's the first time ever. Arizona's number 1 in my Fine 5. And last week was a game. I mean, they punched Cleveland in the face and then punched him in the gut and then kicked them while they were down. 6-0. Good defense. Plus 85. Won 6 straight. Right now, I think Arizona deserves it. They got an MVP candidate. They won a game last week without their coach and coordinator. That's a pretty big deal.
Should Kyler Murray be the MVP?
I like Dak Prescott right now.
Okay.
445 yards, 3 touchdowns. It's pretty good. Last week I had Buffalo, Arizona, Dallas, Rams, Chargers. Chargers lost, Rams won. Rams have won 2 in a row. I mean, I could have kept them in, but that loss to Arizona bothered me still, the way they lost that game. So I bumped them out. There you go. There's my Fine 5 this week. Arizona, Dallas, Tampa, Buffalo, Green Bay. Fine 5. Fine 5, ugly 5. We'll do it again next week. Coming up next, Tim Legler, ESPN, on the Simmons saga. You'll get his opinions. You'll probably enjoy them. They are coming up next right here on the Sports Bash. 441 Sports Bass Live 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill. This hour brought to you by Prop Swap. Sixers tonight right here on 97.3 ESPN. No Ben Simmons, obviously. When will we see him? Will we see him? Tim Legler, ESPN, set to join me right now here on the Sports Bash. Is obviously a circus has happened in Philadelphia, Tim, and I would imagine that you're not so surprised at how this thing has started to go. You said early in the process that he cannot and will not or should not play a game in Philadelphia again. So, is this the end of Ben Simmons? Are you surprised at how this has gone at all?
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not, based on the Sixers didn't do what they should have done over the summer, which was move him. And look, even before Ben Simmons started to get his feathers ruffled and make it clear that he didn't want to come back and make it known, even before that, just based on the way the season ended and that just epic down on his part in that series, the Sixers should have known that this was going to be a very difficult situation moving forward with him, because he has an issue with his confidence that he's not going to be able to address, and that he has chosen not to address. And actually, he sort of denies that it even exists. So if you're the Sixers and you're going forward and this is your primary ball handler and he's got these kinds of issues, you aren't breaking through with him as a co-star with Joel Embiid. You're just not. And the Sixers should have known that, because he was exposed to the entire league and certainly to the coaching staff, his teammates, the media, the fan base in Philadelphia. They should have known it before he even got to the point where he started to make it clear, I don't want to play there, before they flew out there, met with him, told him in his face, that's great, thanks for coming out, I don't want to play there anymore. And it's almost like they were in denial about the entire thing. So the fact that it's gotten, you're right up to training camp, and he's still part of the team and now doesn't want to report a whole bit, I'm not surprised, because the Sixers didn't address this to Mike, and now a very ugly, nasty situation. And this isn't going to end well, I don't think, for Philadelphia any way you slice it, because there's only three options. Force him to play by squeezing him financially. And I don't know why you'd guy to come in that's only there for the money and to stop the bleeding financially. And his mind is not in it. He's not pulling in the right direction with the rest of the guys in that locker room. He's lost the respect of that locker room. So I don't know why that's even an option. Option two, you pay him to stay away, or you just keep suspending him if his mind's not right. That's not a great option, because now you're down an all-star caliber player and you didn't replace him with anything. So option three is move him. And now I think it's a little bit more difficult to move him, and you might not get back even what you could have in the summer. So the Sixers, to me, botched this entire thing by allowing this to butt up, and now it's permeating the actual start of the season. I put it at the feet of the Sixers.
Right. He obviously, there was a time, I guess, he called Harris and Morey and Rivers out there and just said, look, I appreciate it. I don't want to be him. You're saying at that point is when the Sixers need to reevaluate their stance and say, look, we tried. He doesn't want to be here. Let's see what we can get.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's almost as if they just weren't either taking it seriously, or I think they overvalued him in the mid-market. I really do. Look, I'm not saying he doesn't have value. He does a lot of great things on a court. He's an elite defender. He's a great playmaker. He's got size that can guard so different positions. He does things. He's got value, but he's got this glaring offensive issue that the rest of the league sees too. So there are places he can go, Mike, where maybe you've got things in place with your guards, that you've got threats at the guard position, you've got your primary ball handlers in place, you slide him to a 4 spot, and you can protect his weaknesses because of your other personnel. There are teams like that in the league. So I'm not saying he doesn't have value. I'm just saying, I think what the Sixers wanted back for him was too much, and they weren't being realistic about it. So therefore, anytime a team is unrealistic about what they're asking, what they're really saying is, we don't want to trade this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what the Sixers did. And I just don't understand, based on his obvious glaring weakness that's never going to change. Based on that, and he then basically had a rift with Embiid. He didn't want to play for Doc. He doesn't want to play with Embiid. He's got a problem with the organization. He thinks he was thrown under the bus and wasn't protected. His feelings are hurt. Combine it with that glaring weakness, you got a situation that's not sustainable. It's not tenable. You can't just You can't just think that one day it's all going to be okay. And that's why I keep hearing this come out of them. Hey, no, we think, hey, today's today, but tomorrow's tomorrow. You never know. Guys change your mind. Not now. Not now. You are past the red line in the sand, because now you have actually alienated your locker room. You have broken relationships with guys on that team. They do not respect, and they will not going forward unless he has a miraculous change of heart and he wants to show up and actually lead. But to do that, what he's going to have to do, he's got to sit down in a room face to face with all of these guys, one-on-one, particularly Embiid and Doc. And I just don't think Simmons has it in him to do it. And I don't think he wants to do it.
Right.
He doesn't want to be here.
Well, Tim, as you mentioned, like he says, I don't want to be here. Then it flips over to the Sixers that they've now held on too long. They've asked for too much. But the underlining problem is that Ben doesn't want to stare at himself in the mirror and admit that he's part of the issue as to how it got here, correct?
No, there's no question about that. He's in denial about that. You know, for him to say at the end of that series, I had a bad series. No, there's a big difference. There's a big difference between not playing well and look, what does that mean for a guy like Ben Simmons? Not playing well for a guy like Ben Simmons means, listen, I still rebounded. I still made plays. I still guarded everybody on the court, because those things should never change. That means for a guy like him, man, I shot terrible this series, but I was still myself.
Right.
No, that's not what we watched, Ben. We watched a guy that was terrified of the moment. He was paralyzed with fear of failure. There's no question that that's what we were looking at. So this is the one I'll give the Sixers a break on. That is bad luck. You ended up with a superstar talent that has screwed up wiring between his ears, and he's got – that's bad luck. That really is. But the rest of it, the way it was handled – and look, I'm not saying Ben Simmons had a right to let everybody down the way that he did and then flip it and say, I want out. Like, wait a second, you failed us the way you played. We lost that series in large part because of your weaknesses. And now you're flipping it around that somehow we have betrayed you and you want out. Look, there's no question. That's a terrible approach, and that's a weird mindset. But what I'm saying is, from the time he made it clear he didn't want to come back, combined this obvious issue that your team is not going to be able to overcome if he's your point guard, the combination of the two said, get rid of him.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying, look, I'm not saying you dump them off for a case of Gatorade and a box of athletic tape. What I'm saying is there had to be deals on the table. There had to be deals on the table that we'll get back commensurate value. But I just think the Sixers' idea of commensurate value is probably different than mine and different maybe than a lot of people in the league that are pushing the button for these other organizations.
Well, and how much now? I mean, obviously you said, look, the Sixers, they held on, they made a mistake. Now, how much, though, is the unprofessional nature of how he's handling this now factoring into trying to do something with him?
Well, I honestly don't think that much, if you want to know the truth. Because here's what his track record point hasn't indicated this is who he is. Like this is coming off like a petulant child that's a problem from a character standpoint in your locker room. And I think it's defined to this moment. I don't think this is necessarily Ben Simmons is going to be going forward. And I don't think the rest of the league sees him as a guy that's now going to be a chronic headache for an organization. I think teams around the league are probably looking at him and they're saying, this guy needs to change his scenery bad. That's the worst of the 30 NBA teams to exhibit fear. Philadelphia is the last place that you can show that to, and he did it. And they might give him the benefit of the doubt if he goes out and gets a triple-double at the start of the following season and he looks like himself. But guess what? The first time it rears its head again, they will never forget it, and they'll never get over it.
Yeah.
And the next time it happens, Mike, they're going to start in, going to be unrelenting. It's never really going to stop. And so the Phillies should have been aware of the market is not going to allow him to have success there. And I actually think Ben Simmons knew it as soon as the series was over too. I can't run out back onto that to that tunnel at Wells Fargo
No way.
based on what they just watched? And that
Well,
was before.
Yeah, like that to me, that is the number one, if only reason he doesn't want back is he knows he cannot face these fans. He absolutely knows that Thunderdome is coming and he doesn't want to face it. That to me, because everything else sounds frivolous. What Doc said, what Joel said, I can't play with him.
Completely. I'm so saying this because I said it today earlier on the air, the different hits I was doing, and I thought I was like the only one at our network having that take because I'm like, you're missing the point. That to me is an excuse. What Doc Rivers said, what Joel Embiid said, is an excuse for him to lay it at their feet. The truth is, when he left the damn arena that night, he knew in his mind, I can't play here anymore because that they will never let him live it down. It was the most mystifying thing we all had watched. Here's a dude with elite level athletic ability that if he ever figured this part out, and look, the shooting thing, we always chalk it up to mechanics, this, that, and the other. And look, and there's some truth to that, Mike, but the truth of the matter is the real crux of it is between his ears, and that requires a sports psychologist. It requires a lot of work to get yourself to you so you can let your muscle memory take over and not block it with negative thoughts or fearful thoughts in a moment of stress, because that's what he does. And he laid it bare in a series against the Atlanta Hawks when they're the number one seed and they have a chance to go to the conference final. It was a disaster for him the entire series. And he knew that night when he left the arena, there's no possible way I could play here again. And then that other stuff that happened, that's just a way to frame it for him and his camp. Oh, his feelings were hurt. They didn't protect him. They didn't have his back. This, that, and the other. No, he knows the actual reason is because the next time I run out of that tunnel at Wells Fargo, and the first time I miss 2 free throws or I don't go up strong around the rim because I'm afraid of getting fouled, they're going to start. He saw what happened to Markelle Fultz. He saw that. He saw us live through that. That crowd got to the point with Markelle, even if he made a good play, they gave him a mocking ovation. I was there many nights to see it. And Ben Simmons saw that. And he knows what this city's going to be like when they sense that. And so he had to get out. And the Sixers should have been smart enough to understand that. And I don't know what this game they played to try to flush him back to team and force him back. I don't understand what Daryl Morey's long-term plan is here in terms of moving him because it's obvious he can't play here.
I agree with that 100%. I 1,000% agree, 100%, 1,000% that he flat out, it doesn't have anything to do with anything other than he knows he cannot face those fans. Tim Legler, ESPN, all day. They've been discussing this. You know why? Because this thing is a circus, and who knows when it's going to end. Ben Simmons has 4 years left on the deal. We'll see if he ends up playing it all for Philadelphia. Tim, we'll catch up with you soon, man.
Yeah, Mike, you got it, man. Appreciate it.
Tim Legler, ESPN, here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. We appreciate Legs jumping on board. I know he's been doing a lot of hits nationally all across the country. Very blunt indeed, Geoff. Very blunt indeed. The Sixers played a role. Ben has played a role, and that is why you have a full-blown circus here as the Sixers open the season tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Football in the next hour, Joe Valerio, Jeff Kerr. Don't go away. The Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN. Dave Weinberg tonight and Kevin McCormick on Game Night with Josh. All right, final hour of the show, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Thanks to Tim Legler from ESPN, of course, who jumped on board, talked a little Ben Simmons with us here. Joe Valerio's back. We'll talk a little NFL, the football, as the Eagles get ready to take on the Raiders this weekend. That Raider game was very interesting. The whole thing with Gruden, you wonder how prepared they were going to be. And they went out to Denver and took care of business. They scored 34 points in the game. So obviously, offensively, they didn't miss a beat out there. We'll talk a little bit about the matchup, football in general, with former NFL player Joe Valerio is here with me for another edition of Cup of Joe. What's going on, Joe?
Hey, Mike, how you doing, buddy? Hey, it's a beautiful sunny day, fall day here in Philadelphia, and we're ready for the Raiders.
I know, man. And, the Eagles have they got through the tough part of the schedule. They now have the easiest schedule left in the league. They got by Tampa Bay, Kansas City, Dallas. Those teams, all are on a different level right now than Philadelphia. So after 6 games, seeing them against some of the best, and also, Atlanta, they beat Carolina, 2 road games. They had a tough game with San Francisco. Kind of do you think this team is ahead of where you thought they'd be, not quite what you hoped? Where are they, with this little mini bye they've had?
Well, I think where I see them is in the mix for a wild card. I really do. I can see it happening with their schedule and seeing some of the teams that they have left that are very beatable. We see now the Chargers are beatable, right? Just looking ahead. Not that we obviously don't want to look ahead. The Raiders are beatable. The Chargers are beatable. The Lions are obviously beatable, right? The Saints, you go down, the Giants, like the Jets, like you go down the list. The Washington football team, everybody on their schedule is beatable. And if they can put together a full game plan and a full effort like they have done in some of these games, like they did against the Chiefs, like they did against the Buccaneers, to be honest. I think they outplayed the Buccaneers in the second half. I mean, I know the score came late and the 2-point conversion and trying to come back and everything, but there were parts of their game plan, I think, that are showing that they are a team on the move.
All right. Well, you mentioned about their game plan. I think that's one of the areas where people are scratching their head. Joe, you played offense in this league. You played with Joe Montana, the best quarterback by many accounts in most people's views. When you're watching the way that Nick Sirianni is putting so much onto his quarterback's lap, when you look at that, is that a recipe for success in this league? I mean, if you have Joe Montana and you ask him to provide 85% of the offense, aren't you going to struggle offensively?
Yeah, it's too much. I mean, look, I know I don't want to make this, because I do cover the Chiefs, but make too many parallels to them since I do know them so well. I'm seeing it right now with Kansas City. If anybody has watched that team, they've been on national TV quite a few times. Patrick Mahomes is pressing right now. And I'm saying that using that example and that analogy because you just don't want Jalen Hurts to carry the weight of this city on his shoulders. It's too much for quarterback. It was too much for Joe Montana to handle in Kansas City towards the end there in 1994 when we lost a few pieces to the puzzle. You can't put all that pressure on a quarterback. As good as Tom Brady has been, he's never been gifted athletically as, many of the great quarterbacks that have come through the NFL. I don't even think he's as gifted talented as some maybe even upper end quarterbacks that have played in the NFL. But the thing that Bruce Arians is doing, the thing that Bill Belichick did is they built a team around him that could allow him to be most successful. And that's kind of like what's missing with the Eagles right now. They don't have the supporting cast to surround Jalen Hurts and let him play his game. He's going to press. And at some point, a young quarterback like that is going to take it upon his shoulders. And to me, that's a recipe for disaster.
No, Joe, they traded Zach Ertz. Now, obviously, he's a great weapon, but they also have Dallas Goedert on this team. Does that actually, in your opinion, help the offense? Meaning that, hey, I only have one tight end that I need to game plan for. Was Nick Sirianni struggling to try to figure out ways to get both of these guys involved, and then it was minimizing both of them?
I've seen that happen, Mike. I've seen that happen where coaches get an affinity for a player, and they will use them to the point where you're right, it can become a detriment to the team because there's this sort of sentimental feeling that, we got to get Zach some snaps. We got to get him out there. He's a fan favorite. And, sometimes as hard as it is to do, sometimes you got to pull the Band-Aid off and move forward. You can't live in the past. This team has to go forward. They've got to start focusing on the future. And I think Coach Sirianni's got to put something together that is a coherent, consistent game plan. The Chiefs did it with, Travis Kelce, right? I mean, they just zeroed in on him and they focused on him. And they've got some solid backups, but, he's still the main target. Tyreek Hill, right? You look at what other teams have done to zero in on the players that they have and just go with them. And I think that's what the Eagles needed to do here. I think it was a great move, as hard as it is and as heart-wrenching it is to watch that Twitter feed of, Zach saying goodbye. I mean, that just, as a former player, that just breaks your heart, man, because how he poured his heart and soul into this city, and the city gave it all back to him. It's really hard. And, this league is just one that, there are very few players that can leave on their own terms.
Yeah.
Very few.
Very few. And Zach Ertz, obviously, he's going to a winning situation. They're 6-0. They'll incorporate him into their offense. And now Dallas Goedert. I mean, he's been an explosive tight end. Shane Steichen, the offensive coordinator, said the other day, he's explosive. He's fast. He's got all the intangibles. It's going to be interesting because today Jalen Hurts said something interesting, Joe, and that was in regards to the lack of usage from the tight end. And what he said was basically, that he's just basically he's doing what they want him to do in the play. He's saying, I'm just trying to execute everything that's called on why the data shows that he doesn't throw towards the middle of the field very often. And he said, I'm just trying to execute everything that's called. So is he saying, well, they don't want me to throw to the tight end?
Right. Well, you in this day and age, you have to use every weapon that you have. Linebackers are getting more athletic. You've got these just, basically safeties now that are linebackers with safety speed. Like, you've got to use every aspect of the field. You've got to be able to build a game plan that stretches the field horizontally and vertically. You've got to have the run pass option. You've got to have the ability to run the ball as hard as you possibly can when you need to run it. Like, you need to go against these defenses today and the defensive game plans and the talent that's on the defensive side of the ball. You need every single aspect of your offense to be humming. And I think, to me, tight end is the position that has changed and transformed the game the most. Yeah. No doubt. That and defensive tackle. When you look at the size and speed of the defensive tackles today at, 6'4", 3, these guys are a biscuit away from 350, right? Defensive tackle and tight end are the most transformational positions that we're watching across the NFL that are changing the game. So any fan that started watching the game, as a youngster, 3 years ago and on, you are seeing pioneering football as it relates to what tight ends do. Look at what the Raiders do with Waller, right? Look at George Kittle, Travis Kelce, right? The teams that are successful offensively.
What the Eagles did with Ertz.
He was, I think he was one of them.
Yeah.
He was like a, I don't want to, it's going to sound horrible to Zach Ertz fans, but like, he was a baby Kelce. Like, he was the fast follower, or maybe even the pioneer of what the Chiefs did with Kelce. Right. Yep. And I think that's what you need to do. You need to challenge those linebackers, man. You need to challenge in the middle of the field. You've got to use every ounce and every single square inch of that field today with the athleticism and the game plans that defensive coordinators have at their disposal. You got to use the whole field, man. You can't, especially when you get down in the red zone.
I'm talking with former NFL player Joe Valerio here on the Sports Desk. Real quick, Joe, my nephew, it's his birthday today. So happy birthday, Robbie. He's going to his baseball game. And, I just wanted to wish him a happy birthday because he's in the car right now during Joe Valerio. Nice. So, I want to wish him a happy birthday while he's in the car. Robbie, good luck at your game tonight, bud.
Absolutely, buddy. Get a good eye out there. Take a
By the way, Robbie, Joe played with Joe Montana. You might not know who that is, but ask your father. Hey, was Joe Montana any good? Joe played with them.
Well, listen, baseball was my first sport. I actually thought I was going to play baseball in college. So and then I grew 6 inches in 1 year, and then basically, football became my game.
And you played football, and I want to right into what I want to talk about. The RPO, okay? Nick Sirianni is getting crushed because they don't run the ball enough. And he says, well, they're RPOs. So as a former offensive lineman, is that suffice to say, well, we're trying to run the ball, but it's not always there?
No. Look, I'm not a head coach in the NFL. Nick Sirianni's got the job. I don't.
Yeah, but you went to Penn, so you're a smart guy.
I'm going to put that disclaimer out there. No, it's not, especially for a lineman. You need to walk out of that huddle, put your chin strap on a little extra tighter, and know that you are going to run the ball. There has to be a commitment to running the ball. You can't hide it behind the RPO. You just can't. The teams are going to catch on, and that's look, when you're watching game film, defensive coordinators don't just sit around and go, oh, well, we'll just figure out what they do, whenever it happens. They're figuring out a game plan right now for the RPO, not just for this week, but for next week, but for next year, because they know that's going to be the hot thing. So no, I really don't believe, Mike, that it is the answer. I think you have to have a solid running attack, right? Look what the Titans are doing right now, right? Who would have thought they were going to beat the Bills on Monday night? If anybody watched that, I mean, Derrick Henry is a man among boys at this point. Like, he's just stiff arming people. They have a solid running attack, but you can supplement with the RPO. I think what the RPO does is it actually enhances your running game if you have a running game rather than enhancing your passing game. That's the way I look at the RPO. I think a lot of fans and a lot of coaches have it flipped, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like, with this offensive line, which is obviously not what they wanted, but it's still pretty good, the tight ends that they have and the running game, it feels like the Eagles would be a team that would be a good play action type of offense. Like, their personnel looks like, hey, run the ball, play action, and then try to hit people over the top. They have young, speedy receivers. Like, I feel like their identity on offense is just out of whack.
Yeah, they don't seem like they have a consistent game plan, right? Which obviously, look, you think that's counterintuitive, right? To have you don't want to have a consistent game plan because you want to keep defensive coordinators on their toes. But for the offense, you have to have some consistency, right? You've got to go in with your first 20 plays scripted. You've got to have everything ready to go. Your players need to know exactly where they need to be and when they need to be there. And you've got to have that, right? That's what builds the chemistry. That's when the offensive line starts to gel. That's when you get, your guards and your centers working together on their zone blocks, and your tackles and guards working together on their zone blocks. Like, you've got to have that repetition and consistency and muscle memory built in. And to me, it starts with the run game. As much as we depended on Joe Montana when I was playing, we depended more on the running game and what our running game did for him, as opposed to the other way around. It can't be the tail wagging the dog. The passing game can't be the tail. To me, it starts with the running game. Now, look, am I a little partial because I'm a lineman and I love just mixing it up and, hitting somebody under the chin and driving people forward off the ball? But to me, that's what brings the defense up. That's what causes them concern. That's what allows the field to open up for your speedy receivers. That's what allows you to post your tight end in the middle of the field like a big center, like Dikembe Mutombo or Shaq, and you post them up in the middle, right? The Travis Kelce's, the Zach Ertz's, the Dallas Goddards of the world. You're posting them up and you're letting everything else happen. It all, to me, starts with a solid run game. The Patriots, were a real prime example of that during their, 6th Super Bowl run.
Joe Valerio is with us. You mentioned the scripted plays. I'm glad you brought this up. I've never really – so sometimes you script these plays, and it's because you've practiced them, and you would imagine we've practiced these all week, and they're going to work. What happens in the event that it doesn't work? Do you stay on the script? Or, if you – like, hey, the first 2 plays didn't go as planned. Now it's 3rd and 12, and my third play on my script says I'm going to run the ball. Like, no. Do you have deviations from script? Like, so explain the scripted plays to people.
Yeah, the scripted plays are a chance to, just like we talked about, Mike, it's a chance to get that consistency and understanding that this is what we're going into the game with if the defense presents itself this way, right? But let me tell you, you're absolutely right. A good offensive coordinator, as soon as something happens that causes him to go off the script, it's just like a good actor who can ad lib. They tear it up, they throw it away, and that's why those cards, that's why the cards they're hiding their faces with have 1,000 different plays on them in different scenarios, because that's what they're doing these days, right? They're looking at all the data and they're saying, okay, if all goes well, these are the first 20 plays that we're going to run, and we're going to run them, and we're going to depending on the situation, we're going to run these plays because we've practiced them the most. It gives us the most muscle memory. There goes that golf term again. It gives us the most muscle memory and gives us the most consistency for the team, knowing what we think will be successful. Players actually enjoyed it. I know I did. I know all the players that I played with never bucked against having the first 20 plays scripted. Again, knowing that a good offensive coordinator is going to tear that thing up and going to make adjustments based on, a funky defense that might come out, or a down and distance that happens because of a fumble or a drop ball or a sack or whatever. But players actually enjoy it. They like having that going into the game from an offensive mentality.
So, Joe, if you guys are game planning, you're in Kansas City and you're getting ready for a week against Philadelphia, what is your offensive line coach saying about John Gannon's defense and the way that they're kind of approaching things right now? They don't blitz a whole heck of a lot. They do have, aggressive front four, but they don't get to the quarterback enough. Their secondary, you got Nelson and Slay, two veterans, but he doesn't seem to trust them enough to send pressure. So if you guys are game planning for Philly's defense, what is the game plan on how to get them?
I mean, again, not to beat this thing to a pulp, but I think it's okay. What are they going to do to stop our running game? Okay. It depends on what your offensive philosophy is, right? And I know, in Kansas City today, the game plan is big play, score fast, right? 15 yards at a pop, right? That's like their overarching philosophy. Now, like when I was playing with Coach Schottenheimer, it was make them stop the run first, okay? And every offensive coordinator that I played under in Kansas City had that same philosophy. We're going to run the ball until they stop it. And then we're going to go to the pass, unless, of course, down and distance, precludes us from, running the ball. We're not going to run it on 3rd and 9. But, it was make them stop the run. Let's pound. Let's get some clock. Let's own the first quarter. Like that was always, that should be a coach's dream, is own the first quarter from a time of possession perspective. Keep their offense off the field, tire their defense out, run at them until they stop it. And when they do, we adjust. Whether that means going to play action, whether that means going to, straight drop back. It's all about owning the line of scrimmage from Jump Street, right? Bam, hit them in the mouth and move forward. That's what I would do against this Eagles team. I would make them stop the run first.
They don't do it very well.
And that's why I would do it. I mean,
they're linebackers, right? They're linebackers. This is an area where they just don't value that position, and it's obvious.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, again, here I go with this Chiefs stuff, but I cover them, so I watch them so much, just like I watch the Eagles. That's exactly where the Chiefs defense is really weak. It's at linebacker right now, and it's killing them. And I'm saying it not to keep talking about the Chiefs, but I'm making the connection because I see the same sort of situation happening with the Eagles defense, in that they're losing what I call the short to intermediate part of the field, right? Like that's where they're losing the battle. I think they've got a pretty decent front. Like I think this there's some things to really build on with this defensive front. And I think, we've got some work to do in the backfield in Philly as well. But where the Eagles are losing is they're losing in, if you look at the teams that have been most successful against them and look at the average per yard play, the play per yard, you're seeing it in that like 6 to 15 yard range. And that's where they're getting killed. Linebackers can't cover. They're losing the vertical and the horizontal stretch of the field. And they're letting offensive linemen get to the next level and it's allowing running backs to get, 6-7 yards a carry as opposed to holding to 3 to 4 yards a carry. Those 2 yards are big. Think about it. When you go into 3rd and 2 versus, 3rd and 6, that's huge, right? That changes an offensive coordinator's, playbook dramatically.
Yeah, you're right, because you can change a whole heck of a lot of things in your playbook, and obviously the Eagles' playbook seems very limited. I mean, when you're starting to hear Aikman the other night, he said, I think Tampa Bay has seen this play and figured out what to do with it. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of creativity in their playbook, and a lot of times it's because their down and distance situation is not very good.
Right. It's that is you just don't want to be playing in that, in that down and distance game, right? You want to control the narrative, right? You want to control the clock. You want to put your offense in the best situation to get yourself into, 4 down territory, right? Get yourself across the 50 and the 40 so that you have options if you want to go for it on 4th and short. Like, it just gives you so many more options when you can own the line of scrimmage and you can, dink and dunk down the field. I mean, that's what I think. When I used to watch, when I was coaching high school football, Mike, I used to, I subscribed to the NFL Game Pass, and I used to like to watch games in a very, like, what I would call sterile environment. Like, I love watching, and hearing the commentators, and I love hearing Merrill Reese, and I love Mike Quick, and I love, Tony Romo and everybody who calls games, because it's fun to hear all the color. But I really love watching a game in a sterile environment where it's no noise, just the plays. And the thing I noticed first, and I brought this up to the head coach and our offensive coordinator when I was coaching the line in high school, that if you watched the New England Patriots in their heyday under Brady, what they used to do, and for the listeners who can't see me, I'm using my hands to like march the team down the field. The Patriots, if you just watched without any other distractions and you watch their team go up and down the field, they just inched away, slowly but surely. They start on the 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 50, 45, and they're going boom, boom, boom. And then, okay, maybe they don't get it. They don't get the first down. They punt it down to the 10. Then they hold them, and then it's 35 to the 40 to the 45. Like, it was this methodical, like almost like if you did like a time lapse photography with it, you would watch the field just going and getting shorter every single possession that the Patriots had. That's the overarching big picture, I think, that makes offenses successful, is when you win that battle. And Marty used to do it. Marty Schottenheimer used to do it with us on an overhead. He used to show us how you can, with field position, how you can own a game. And I think, if fans can like think about that as they're watching the game, are the Eagles marching and owning the field? Or are they just erratic? Are they just hoping? Right? Hope isn't a strategy, Mike.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like the guy that goes to the grocery store and puts $2 in for a lottery ticket, hoping that he becomes a millionaire. They keep trying to go for the big play that it's just going to magically happen for them. No consistency in their offense. They'll be in Vegas to take on the Raiders, and of course, we'll have that game for you live on 97.3 ESPN. Good conversation with Joe again this week. Eagles, Raiders on 97.3 ESPN. That's a 4 o'clock start. We'll have it. The pregame coverage starts at 3. Joe, good to see you, man.
Mike, great to see you. Thanks, everybody, and beat the Raiders. Raider week.
Coming from a former Chief, beat the Raiders, says Joe Valerio here on the Sports Bash. All right, coming up, we got more NFL conversation this hour as promised. A lot of football on the night the Sixers season begins. You can hear Sixers and the Pelicans tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Love talking football with Joe. You always learn a lot of intricacies of football listening to Joe Valerio speak. He does such a good job breaking it all down. We'll do more with Joe next week here on the Sports Bash. When we come back, our man Geoff Kerr. The NFC East looks to be a foregone conclusion that it's the Cowboys to win. I also have some other NFL news. Could be a trade going down. More Sports Bash coming up here on 97.3 ESPN. Call Jenkins for heating, air conditioning, installation service, and maintenance, plumbing, drain cleaning service, 609-641-6440, JenkinsPlumbingHeating.com. A popular promotion is back at the Wells Fargo Center. for Sixers games. Get the details right now over at 973ESPN.com. I'm back with Geoff Kerr from CBS Sports. Coming up next. All right, 5:31 as we cruise through on a Wednesday. And Jeff Kerr's here from CBS Sports. Little NFL conversation. Jeff Kerr's appearance, as always, is brought to you by the Solar Team of New Jersey, EMT Solar, Roofing Solar Guardians. Start your solar journey today. Learn more by visiting espnsolar.com. All right, Jeff Kerr, we got a lot of football that I want to dive into. Midweek stuff and possibly a trade happening in the NFL. What are we seeing, hearing, knowing about the possibility of a trade happening this week?
I'll tell you what, Mike, I was so knee-deep in writing my Derrick Henry column and what he's on pace to do for this season that Deshaun Watson just kind of blew me out of the water. It looks like the Texans and the Dolphins are going to get a deal done, and that's not good for the Eagles, but if Deshaun Watson doesn't play, then I guess it won't matter, but it is interesting to see the Deshaun Watson trade market heat up as what we got 2 weeks to the deadline now.
Yeah, I think November 6th, something like that. The deadline is, or that first week in November. And yeah, now all of a sudden, Watson's name has kind of been dormant for a couple of weeks here, and now all of a sudden it rises from the ashes. And Miami seems to be a big shooter at 1-5, and they already deemed, Jeff, that the tanking for Tua experiment did not work.
Yeah, I think they are, Mike. I like Tua Tagovailoa, but they're giving up on him really quick. And maybe Tua is going to be one of those guys where they package the Houston in a deal. Maybe Houston can, quote unquote, resurrect his career, but they really never gave this kid a chance. It seemed like they blamed him for not going to the playoffs last year because he was okay. He wasn't great. A couple good things, but I think this is Miami problem, not a Tua problem. The whole co-offensive coordinator thing. And yeah, they gave him a lot of weapons this year, but they didn't really have any running backs, and their offensive line isn't as good as they thought it was going to be. Just a major disappointment overall. I still think Tua could play football, but you got to look at who he was picked over, Justin Herbert, and it's looking like a really bad pick for the Dolphins at this point.
There's a lot of teams in that 2019 draft, I guess, or 2020 draft that are kicking themselves for missing on Justin Herbert, right? I mean, you take a look at how Washington football team, how different now, I mean, it's not that Chase Young is a bust. It's just, hey, you get the quarterback and, Detroit, they stuck with Stafford, then they trade him. New York Giants, they decide to go with Daniel Jones. Now, Thomas has been very up and down. I know he's played better this year, but he's not a franchise left tackle. Tua goes 5, Herbert goes 6. I mean, those 4 teams in front of L.A., their fortunes might be way different right now if they make that selection.
I actually joked to Justin Herbert when I interviewed him over the offseason. I'm like, I ranked you third among the 3, right? And he goes, well, I was the third quarterback picked. And,
I think a lot of people had him ranked. Everybody was going with Tua in that. Now, I wasn't a big Tua guy. Burrow came onto the scene late. So give credit for Cincinnati for not buying into the hype. You don't give credit to Cincinnati much, but they didn't buy into the Tua hype. They went with their convictions. But, it was Miami that always had their eye on Tua and didn't. Maybe when everybody else was saying, maybe you should go this way, they stayed with what they wanted to do, maybe over what they should have done.
It could have been worse, Mike. They could have traded up for Tua. Remember there was talks with Washington about that, and I thought Washington made the right move at the time. Okay, you draft Chase Young, you draft that difference-making defensive end. Well, he hasn't been that yet, and right now I've been fooled, and I should have went with my heart instead of my head on that because I was like, well, Chase Young's really good, but he's facing a bad right tackle from Penn State, which is the only film they ever showed of the guy and how much of a terror he was. I remember Gus Johnson made such a big deal out of that. But I really like Chase Young coming out. I liked Herbert coming in. I will say this. I'll give myself credit for this. I thought all 3 were going to be good. I didn't think Tua was going to be the worst of the 3, though. I wasn't sure who was going to be the worst, but I thought all 3 were going to be franchise quarterbacks. And it doesn't look like Tua's going to be, but he's in a bad situation right now. Maybe he goes to Houston. Again, like I said earlier, can resurrect his career there. But overall, it does look like the Dolphins are going for that big ticket gamble into Deshaun Watson. Here's the thing, Mike. This is where they're stupid because the biggest draft collateral they have, they don't. It's Philadelphia's now.
Yeah, Philadelphia obviously with maybe 3 picks. The whole I guess Indianapolis gets a win. The whole Indianapolis thing is interesting because you want them to win to keep I don't think they'd bench Wentz anyway, only because
Yeah.
he's fragile enough to say, look, we're going to just bench you. Like, you can't bench him. He's already gone through the whole, like, I think they have to keep playing him regardless of whether they're in or out of the playoff mix.
I'm in the same boat as you, Mike. First off, he's playing too well to even consider being benched. Like, how are you going to bench a guy? I mean, I think we both have fragile egos. Say the Sports Bash becomes the best radio show in the country, and hey, Mike Gill, we're going to bench you. Well, how are you going to feel? You're not going to feel too good. All right. So I don't know how Carson Wentz would feel if he's having 100 passer rating, having the best season he's had since 2017. Oh, we're going to bench you because we got to make sure we get that draft pick back. Well, no, that's not going to work, especially if they're in a playoff race, Mike. So I agree with you there. I think Carson Wentz, he's going to play those 75% of the snaps. The Eagles are going to get that pick. I don't think it's going to be a top 10 pick. I ultimately think it's going to be a top 15 pick. But you're right. You want the Colts to at least kind of stay in striking distance of the Titans. You don't want this thing getting to like how Dallas is with the NFC East, where they're up 3 games on everybody already.
Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports. Give me a little overview in your mind on what the Raiders did last week. They went on the road, and Denver's got a good defense. So I think people were wondering, okay, what are we going to see from this Raiders team with the coaching situation? What were they able to do that really stood out?
You know what, Mike? This is one of the more interesting games I thought. Like, I told people who wanted to bet on this game, stay away from it because you don't know what the Raiders are going to be. I thought this was their most impressive win of the year. What I really liked is how they mixed Josh Jacobs and Kenyon Drake. They got Jacobs involved in the screen game a little bit. He had a big run off the screen there. Kenyon Drake had 2 touchdowns, had that really nice touchdown in the third quarter. And again, Kenyon Drake's weapon in the passing game. I really liked what the Raiders were able to do to going deep to Henry Ruggs. He caught 2 big passes in that game. Darren Waller had a nice game. And as we're looking forward to Sunday, I don't think Henry Ruggs is going to beat the Eagles downfield because they play so deep anyway. But I worry about Waller. I think Waller's going to go off against this linebacking core. And I think Derek Carr could be in for a monster day if Darren Waller gets clicking early.
Yeah, it's interesting because you're right. Waller, and then they have speed on the outside. They have a big power. Jacobs is a bigger back. I mean, so they have 3 components to their offense that the Eagles have trouble with. A speed receiver, although they haven't had as much trouble with the speed receiver this year because they play their safety so damn deep. The power run game and a tight end. Waller, you're right. I feel like Waller is the worst nightmare for the 2 guys. And they played Davion Taylor more last week. And Brady was like, hey, where's that guy at? Because I'm going after him because he has no idea what's going on yet.
Yeah, and it's a shame because I like Davion Taylor. I like his athleticism, but he's clearly not ready yet. He needed the preseason. But here's the thing, Mike. Who do you go with? Do you keep rolling with Eric Wilson and Alex Singleton? Well, the snap.
I think, Geoff, don't you think the Wilson thing, they're already kind of phasing him out?
Yeah, that's where I was going to get. Like, the snap count saying no. Like, I don't know if Eric Wilson's going to be on this team at the end of the year. They might just straight up cut him. And Ryan Kerrigan's snaps are going down. It's pretty clear, Mike, that they're willing to try anything at linebacker at this point. Alex Singleton was good last year, but this year he's shown a lot of deficiencies, and you're seeing why he was in the CFL for as long as he was.
Yeah, obviously, he's a hardworking guy who just lacks some of the physical tools needed to stop the run. He doesn't have the speed to defend the pass. So it's a double-edged sword with Singleton. Obviously, though, one area in this game, Geoff, that I find interesting is where do the Eagles excel in games against teams that don't have a good offensive line? The Raiders' offensive line has its problems, and that is where the Eagles' defense typically has a field day. They did against Carolina. They did against Atlanta.
That's why I'm thinking the Eagles are going to win the game because I think they're going to beat them in the trenches.
Here we go. Wednesday prediction.
Yeah, exactly. A little early here, but I mean, look, if Derek Barnett's one good game this year was against Carolina. He didn't get a sack, but he got a lot of QB hits and he got a lot of pressures in that game. And he can provide some problems this Sunday. Same with Josh Sweat. And, I think Javon Hargrave and Fletcher Cox, I think this defensive line is ultimately going to be the difference for his football team in the game. And we all know Derek Carr. Joey Bosa said it best. When you get pressure in his face, he's not exactly the best quarterback. And, I'm being nice there, what he said about him. But overall, they're right. You get pressure on Derek Carr, there's a good chance you're going to beat the Las Vegas Raiders. It's been the blueprint for him for a couple of years. If you don't, Derek Carr's just going to beat you all day long. He's a top 15 quarterback in this league for a reason. He's not elite, but he's not terrible either. He's actually pretty good, and I'm scared of Derek Carr, to be honest.
Derek Carr is your him and Kirk Cousins are like the big numbers, and then you're like they throw a stinker out every once in a while. And you're like, but you're right. I mean, the Vegas offense worries me but the offensive line is a big factor in this game. I think like that's where when you start to look at this game, can their offensive line get the job done where the one area where the Eagles, like where they find you is up, your offensive line's weak, that's where we're going to get you because then they can put more in coverage. And that's what John Gannon wants to do. Cover two, cover, and then your weapons aren't as, they're not as big a factor.
And if I'm Vegas, I'm going after the Eagles hard with Josh Jacobs. I mean, Josh Jacobs could have a field day against this team as well, just because once you get to the second level, that's it. And then you have a change of pace back in Kenyon Drake. And again, like their offensive line, they're actually not terrible run blocking, but you're right. That is the big mismatch. They're not a good pass blocking team. They moved on from Gabe Jackson. They moved on from Rodney Hudson for a reason because they were too expensive. And look, Colton Miller.
Hudson's done a pretty good job in Arizona.
Yeah, he has. And Colton Miller is still a really good left tackle in this league. One of the more surprises in this league over the last couple of years, considering the free fall he had from UCLA. But I digress. I mean, it's a good. Look, they're pretty solid at the tackles, but overall they do miss Jackson, they do miss Hudson, and interior offensive line isn't as good. So I think that's where Cox and Hargrave are going to make a big difference. And I'll tell you another player I'm terrified of, Mike. Max Crosby. Max Crosby is an absolute stud for that football team. Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata, they better be ready this week.
Well, we'll see if Lane Johnson plays. He was back at practice, limited today. They said they're trying to work him back. I would imagine he does. We'll see on Goddard. He's still not clear from the COVID list. So if he doesn't go, Richard Rodgers is back. Tyree Jackson got put on the active list today. I like your tweet on Richard Rodgers.
Oh, he's Julian Vanderbilt, man. He literally just comes back all the time. I love it. Like, if you're Richard Rodgers, why would you even move at this point? Like, and here's the thing, like, it's not like he's been terrible here. He's actually been pretty good.
Well, and look, the Eagles, with Ertz and Goddard have had these two tight ends. And quite frankly, I maintain that I think that trading Ertz will help out both the offense as a whole and get Goddard way more involved in this offense. I mean, look, not every coach has a playbook filled with plays for two tight ends. You know what I mean? Like Sirianni might not be his strong suit of, hey, I got to figure out how to get two tight ends on the field. Like, so now that only one is here, I want to see him incorporate that one more.
Yeah, I truly think he went into the season thinking Zach Ertz wasn't going to be here. And, he's happy. He was happy he was here. But again, it's when you run 11 personnel as much as Nick Sirianni does, this isn't like Doug where you had a playbook full of 12 personnel with two tight ends and you had that for years. No, not with this coach. This coach is probably thinking, okay, Zach Ertz is either going to hold out or he's just not going to be here. And, then he was here. And then, I still got this young guy in Dallas Goedert I really like. And this front office has to find out what they have. I'm going to be really curious to see how this offense utilizes Dallas Goedert, how the playbook changes, how Jalen Hurts adjusts. Because if Jalen Hurts doesn't throw in the middle of the field anyway, then 12 personnel just isn't any good for this football team.
Yeah, by the way, 50 targets to Eagles tight ends so far this year, 31 of them to Zach Ertz. So a lot more targets should be coming Dallas Goedert's way. We hope anyway, because that, to me, is a recipe for better offensive game plan. All right, Geoff Kerr is back on Friday. We'll get thoughts on the Eagles and Raiders and the rest of the NFL, the NFC East, and, of course, Geoff Kerr at Geoff Kerr CBS on Twitter. All right, Geoff, take care, man.
I'll be saving my voice for Friday, Mike. I got to boo Ben Simmons, although I don't think he's going to be in the building. He
will not be in attendance.
Yeah, he will not be in the building. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure of that.
All right, Geoff, we'll see you then. You're going to the game on Friday, obviously, as you just kind of said there. The Sixers tonight. You can hear that game on 97.3 ESPN. The coverage starts at 8 o'clock right here on your home for the 76ers, 97.3 ESPN. Geoff Kerr is brought to you by your solar expert solar team of Jersey. EMT Solar and Roofing and Solar Guardians. Start your solar journey today. Learn more. Visit espnsolar.com. espnsolar.com. All right, when we come back, we'll close out tonight's show. Don't forget, game night with Josh is coming up next. Dave Weinberg at 6:15. Kevin McCormick, Sixers beat writer, at 6:40. Tomorrow we are live at Chickies and Pete's in Egg Harbor Township. Stop on out and see the show live. Good show for you tomorrow. Jeff Nadeau, Sky Guasco on the Fantasy Fix. Todd Rank, first look at the NFL schedule. So that's all coming up on tomorrow's show. We wrap up tonight's show, though, coming up next. I can dig it, and we're going to get out of here with a couple of things. So Sixers open the season tonight, Josh. I just put my free same-game parlay in.
All right. Hit me with it.
Free one. I got Joel Embiid over 29.5.
Makes sense.
Tyrese Maxey over 15.5. And no Ben
Okay.
Simmons.
All right.
Whenever he gets a lot of minutes, he typically scores.
True.
Over 20.5 Tobias Harris.
Tobias had a lot of games with over 20 points and 6 rebounds last year.
And over 10.5 rebounds for Joel Embiid.
Interesting.
Mhm.
I think the only one of those I'm not 100% sold on is the Maxey, just because I wonder if Maxey will become more of a facilitator tonight.
No, he's a shoot first. Wait a minute, facilitator. The guy doesn't never played point guard really before. I mean, they're just throwing him out there.
He played point guard at Kentucky.
Yeah, but I mean, he's more of a.
Wow, you were really just like,
I mean, but he's not a facilitating point guard. He's
No,
more of a
it's not his
score
go-to move.
first point guard.
But you know,
Whenever he played, when he got extended minutes last year, he
Right.
seemed to score. Whenever they said, like, Ben's not playing, you're playing, they were the nights he had his biggest games. Look, I had plus 1,100 odds. The Maxey 15.5 was one of the longer shots. That's why I went that route. By the way, I see this mock draft season's up. Ready?
Of course.
3 Eagles picks. Number 2, Derek Stingley Jr. 2nd overall. You going there? I know you're not a big Stingley guy.
I just have a lot of concerns about his health. It seems like the dude's never healthy.
He had a foot injury, right? He's bothering with a foot problem.
Well, he's had a foot problem. He's
done for the year, isn't he? Stingley?
He's supposedly done for the year, but there's some speculation he may or may not come back. I don't think he's coming back. I think he's going on the NFL draft prep line.
Yeah, number 8. This is the Eagles' own pick.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Linderbaum from Iowa. He's the top-rated offensive lineman in the draft.
He's a mauler. I would be interested to see if they try to turn him into the next Jeff Driscoll.
And the 9th pick they would also own currently. That is the Indianapolis pick, Chris Olave from Ohio State.
Chris Olave.
Yeah, the wide receiver. So
Chris Olave's a stud. I wouldn't
going
be mad
to
about
another
that.
wide receiver.
Listen, you know me. I would take 2 of those
Good wide
picks.
receiver class.
I would take 2 of those picks, trade up and get Thibodeau, and that'd be the end of the day for me.
Well, there you go. It's mock draft season already for 2 and 4 teams. Although we'll have more on the Sixers tonight with Kevin McCormick at 6:40. More on the Eagles. Dave Weinberg at 6:15. I'm going to be on Raiders Radio tonight at 6:30, doing a little Eagles Raiders conversation. Then I'm back here tomorrow with you here on the Sports Bash. Have a great night, everybody.